Chapter 12:12. Boom! Meiqing Mountain seemed to be detonated in an instant. The violent collision between the mountain protection array and an unknown array caused a sound and vibration, like a landslide. Countless flames lit up. Countless flying sword magic weapons were boiling in the air. It was not known how long the crisis had been brewing finally broke out. The timing of the attack was very good. The palace master and an elder were in retreat. Wang Yong was guarding Yang Chen, and Gao Yugong Sunling were in retreat together. The old tree demon happened to be on duty in the 100,000 mountains, and Ho Yin was in the banyan tree Immortal's cave. The highest power of the sect could almost be said to be the weakest time, and the powerful attack suddenly came. This mysterious force almost gathered at least 20 masters of the Deshang stage, and there are hundreds of Yuanying stage masters who attacked at the same time, which absolutely surpassed the Chunying Palace. The long-planned attack organizers have fully estimated the strength of Chunying Palace. Even if the masters of Chunying Palace were there, it was estimated that they were not their opponents. As for the Jiran stage and the Foundation stage, the number was basically in the thousands. These people were all helping to block anyone who wanted to escape in panic. Those who had come to Chunying Palace many years ago and settled in the market or in the mountain gate to ask for alchemy. Now almost half of them had become participants in this conspiracy attack. It was not so easy to use such a terrifying number of people at one time, even for the 5 major sects. The masters who participated were Taoists, demons, and monsters. It was completely impossible to see which side was the main one. However, the goal of all the participants was surprisingly the same. That was Yangchen. To be exact, it was to capture Yangchen alive. It was not known how long the other party had been planning for. The entire Meiqing Mountain was secretly arranged with a powerful array. The role of the array, one was to offset the mountain protection array of Chunying Palace, and the other was to trap people who were not their own people as much as possible. All the attackers seemed to have a characteristic that could be identified by this array. Of course, this was easy to do. There were many ways, but in a hurry, who could find out what method the other party used? One side would be trapped by the array, and the other side would be free to move. The result was naturally self-evident. What's more, one side had been planning for a long time, and the other side was passive defense. As the saying goes, only 1,000 days to be a thief, not 1,000 days to guard against a thief. After this offset, the advantage of Chunying Palace was lost. Although the mountain protection array could barely support because there were sufficient spirit stones, the side of Chunying Palace had already shown weakness. Of course, the mountain protection array could protect the disciples of Chunying Palace, but now it was a little offset. The master of the palace did not come out to command at all, and his retreat was the first wave of attack. The other party did not intend to let the palace master Zhang Jiao live at all, and the 4 masters of the Deshang stage attacked together. Even if there was Wang Yang's protector at the critical moment of cultivation, the head of the palace could not be spared. With just one blow, the small courtyard of the palace master turned into ruins, and no one could escape. Even Wang Yong, who was the protector, did not seem to have calculated this sudden situation. Under the joint attack of 4 masters of the Deshang stage, he did not even have the most basic resistance and was completely killed. At least in the eyes of the 4 masters of the Deshang stage who launched the attack, this was the result. No one could survive the joint attack of the 4 of them and dozens of 7th Gold Divine Thunder. Even Wang Yong of the Deshang stage could not. Another place that was focused on was the warehouse of Chunying Palace. As we all know, Chunying Palace has obtained huge resources from the 100,000 mountains, from the monster race, and from the South China Sea over the years. In addition to the benefits that the sect and rogue cultivators gave to Chunying Palace in order to ask for alchemy, the sect warehouse of Chunying Palace could be said to be one of the most lucrative places. This was not counting the large number of medicinal pills that Yang Qin gave to the sect as a reserve. Every medicinal pill refined by Yang Qin, even the most basic foundation building pill, was a jaw-dropping 3rd-grade foundation building pill, which could directly make people 100% successful in the foundation building stage. Who would not like such a good thing? What did everyone fight for? Wasn't it just these worldly possessions? Even if Yang Chen's medicinal pills were limited, and everyone could not do one per person or distribute them equally. But those good things in the warehouse would not be less. As long as Chunyang Palace was destroyed, these would be a delicious meal for everyone to share. Of course, the secret pavilion of Chunyang Palace was a top priority. However, the secret pavilion had always been controlled by the head of the palace. If they wanted to snatch it, they could only get it from the body of the head of the palace. Fortunately, the space of the secret pavilion was relatively stable. Even the masters of the Deshang stage might not be able to destroy it. However, this was something that could not be sought. It depended on whether everyone's luck was good, and whether they could get it from the hands of the head of the palace. Otherwise, there would not be thousands of secret planes in the world. Basically, they were left by the destroyed sects or families. The masters of the Hall of Eccentrics were taken care of the most. The high-end power of Chunyang Palace was basically concentrated in the Hall of Eccentrics, and most of them were from the monster race. After all, if human cultivators could reach the Yuanying stage, they were also famous figures, and the proportion of them joining Chunyang Palace was very small. In this regard, the other party had sent a powerful force, at least 7 or 8 masters of the Deshang stage, more than the masters of the Deshang stage in Chunyang Palace. Coupled with hundreds of masters of the Yuanying stage, it would not be a problem to fight in a short time. As long as they fought, those masters of the Deshang stage could wantonly slaughter and completely eliminate the power of Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen's small courtyard was the focus of the attack, even more than the palace master side. There were 10 masters of the Deshang stage who surrounded the small courtyard where Yang Chen retreated. However, the opponent did not intend to kill Yang Chen at once, but together with dozens of masters of the Yuanying stage, they surrounded Yang Chen's residence, and then the 10 masters of the Deshang stage rushed in. One thing may not be expected by the other party's organizers. Fairy Junkie of the Taishamin, Fairy Qingmu of the Qiankuan sect, and Morong of the 5 Elements sect were also in the next courtyard. This accident made the masters involved in the attack a little hesitant. The disciples of the 3 major sect were not like the disciples of Chunyang Palace. If they were destroyed, they would be destroyed. It was impossible for such a big action to be carried out without a little wind. Once the 3 women were killed, the 3 major sect would know later that none of them who participated in the attack would be able to survive the tribulation and ascend. This point did not even need to be verified. Even the Chunyang Palace dared to destroy the Luo Yuan family in the late Deshang stage. The Qiankuan sect of Taishamin and the 5 Elements sect were 10,000 times stronger than the Chunyang Palace. Chapter 12:13. As a last resort, these attackers could only separate a part of their masters to trap the 3 women. However, this was a bit troublesome. Fairy Junkie herself was in the late Deshang stage, plus Morong in the early Deshang stage and Shi Wushuang in the peak Yuanying stage. There were at least 5 Deshang stage masters on this side. The remaining 5 Deshang stage masters directly rushed into Yang Chen's courtyard. In Yang Chen's courtyard, in theory, there should only be 3 masters, Yang Chen, Gao Yu, and Gong Sunling. Plus some servants of Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, there was no one else. However, as soon as they rushed into the courtyard, the 5 masters couldn't help but show a shocked look. Everything they saw in front of them directly subverted their cognition. If it wasn't very clear that they had just rushed in from the outside, everyone would think that they were hallucinating. It looked like a very ordinary small courtyard from the outside, but when they came in, it was magnificent to the extreme. Even if the 5 Deshang stage masters were all experienced and knowledgeable people, they had never seen such a luxurious scene. It was a huge palace complex, not to mention how exquisite the palace complex was. Just the neat tiles on the square were enough to make people suck in a breath of cold air. Where were these still floor tiles? It was clearly a large piece of the best jade, The size was the same, it was carefully carved, and the ground under their feet was decorated beautifully. If it was just beautiful, it would be fine. The problem was that every piece of jade had been meticulously refined by an expert refiner. Any one of them would not be inferior to a top-grade magic treasure. Not only were the floor tiles a magic weapon, but the spiritual power overflowing from the ground was more than 10 times richer than any place they had ever seen. So much so that even if these Deshang stage masters enjoyed the best spiritual veins in the major sect, they had a feeling of inferiority. Just looking at the ground, the 5 masters who rushed in who thought they were experienced and knowledgeable couldn't wait to beat their chest and stomp their feet to vent hysterically. They had worked hard all their lives, saved all kinds of resources, cultivated hard, and finally had their current achievements. But when they came here, they found that they couldn't even afford the floor tiles in the courtyard. What would it feel like to cultivate in such a place? All the experts were filled with anticipation, and their eyes were filled with greed. She wished that she could pick up a few tiles from the ground and hug them in her arms, never to let go. This trip was really the right one. He knew that Master Yang was rich, but he didn't expect Master Yang to be this rich. However, this palace made their respective sect look like a beggar's nest. They looked at each other. No one could hide the greed in their eyes and their heavy breathing. As long as they could capture Yangqin, wouldn't everything be theirs? Splash! The sound of something falling into the water startled the attention of the 5 masters of the Deshang stage, and everyone's eyes turned to the direction of the sound. Then they all stared with their eyes wide open, as though they were about to pop out of their sockets. A very ordinary-looking dog happily jumped into a large purple pool. In the purple liquid, it swam with a dog paddle, shaking its head, and it was indescribably happy. However, everyone's eyes were fixed on the purple liquid, which was glowing with starlight. This obvious feature was enough for any master who claimed to be well-informed to understand what this was. 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid. Except for the 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid, there was no other thing with such a color. However, in the eyes of any cultivator, the 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid was something that they had to snatch. Usually, a drop of it was enough to make people ecstatic. There was such a big pool here. No wonder Yang Chen's alchemy level was unparalleled in the world. With so many 4 Seas mysterious coral liquids, even the most difficult medicinal pill would be 100 times easier in Yang Chen's hands. What was a 5th grade alchemist master? If a 4th grade alchemist master was given so many 4 Seas mysterious coral liquids, he could directly refine a 6th grade medicinal pill. It turned out that the secret of Yang Chen's alchemy master lay here. All 5 people had a feeling of sudden enlightenment. This time, they didn't have to worry about Yang Chen not cooperating and refusing to hand over his alchemy secrets. Now everyone could rest assured that they would kill Yang Chen boldly, and then legitimately occupy these 4 Seas mysterious coral liquids. There were countless thoughts in their minds, but everyone followed the figure of the native dog and kept swimming in the 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid pool. They have all heard of this native dog. Yang Qin did not buy a high-level monster pet in the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion, but bought a native dog. These were all in Yang Chen's information. Before, people were curious and did not see this native dog, but now they finally know where the native dog was. After swimming for a while, the native dog climbed to the shore, then stood on the shore, shaking the wet hair and shaking the 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid on it. Then, in the angry eyes of the 5 Deshang stage masters, he raised a leg and peed directly in the 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid. The native dog was, of course, Xiaotian, which was its original form. In the eyes of Uncle Xiaotian, if he peed in the 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid, it would greatly improve the various effects of the 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid. Do you think that Uncle Xiaotian would pee anywhere? But in the eyes of the 5 Deshang stage masters, this was clearly a reckless waste of natural resources. The 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid that could make people break their heads turned out to be the swimming pool of this beast, and he even peed in it. When they thought that the medicinal pills they had asked from Yangchen before were likely to contain the urine of this beast, everyone was filled with anger. This could be tolerated. What could not be tolerated? Now the 5 people had the heart to directly swallow Xiao Tian. Why do you dare to pee in our 4 seas mysterious coral liquid? Subconsciously, everything here was already their personal belongings, and they could not see anyone destroying and spoiling it. Finally, they resisted the idea of tearing Xiao Tian into pieces, and everyone moved forward together. The main purpose of coming here was to subdue Yangchen. No one had forgotten this. As long as Yangchen was restrained or killed, everything here would be theirs and no one could take it away. After entering the first palace, everyone's pupils constricted again. This was a spacious living room, but from the tables and chairs to the teapot and teacups on it, any one of them could make people crazy. 2 masters even wished they could immediately throw away their magic weapon and replace it with the teacup on the table. They have seen extravagant things, but they have never seen such extravagance. Do they still want people to live? Several people couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. In vain, they boasted that they were well informed, but when they came here, they found that they were just frogs at the bottom of the well. Chapter 12:14. However, the more wealth Yangchen showed, the more it would stimulate the greed of several guys who came in. If it was just for Yangchen's medicinal pills before, now even Yangchen's wealth was included. Unable to help it, a master of the Deshang stage picked up a teacup and looked at it carefully from top to bottom. The material of this teacup was far beyond his imagination. If it was used to refine a flying sword or other magic weapons, it would definitely be a good thing that could make countless people crazy. But now, such a precious Kunlun purple core jade was just a teacup. At best, this was a reception room. After walking through this hall, there was a huge courtyard. In the courtyard, there were many exquisite flower beds. Each flower bed was full of blooming flowers, decorating the flower beds with unusual beauty. Just seeing the first flower bed, a master with a unique understanding of medicine couldn't help but groan and almost fell to the ground. The red flower that bloomed at the edge of the flower bed was clearly a red snow. Looking at its age, it was afraid that it would be tens of thousands of years old. Even the flowers at the edge were like this, and those inside were even more stunning. It could be said very responsibly that a flower from here could be exchanged for a lifetime of luxury for a master of their level. And these extremely precious medicinal materials here were just materials to decorate the flower beds. Looking at this scene, several masters of the Deshang stage who rushed in had the urge to beat their chests and stamp their feet. What kind of prodigal son did he have to be to put on such an act? The battle outside had reached the end stage. Most of the disciples of Chunyang Palace in the past few hundred years were below the Yuanying stage. There were Jiedan stage, Foundation Establishment stage, and Qi Refining stage. However, no one could stop this sudden attack. As soon as they came up, a lot of Chunyang Palace disciples were killed. For these junior disciples, the enemy never intended to be merciful. Since they wanted to destroy the entire Chunyang Palace, they naturally had to kill these junior disciples. The mountain guarding array could only protect the disciples within the range of the array for a short period of time. Those outside the range of the array would not be able to enjoy this kind of protection. Furthermore, the enemy's preparations were too thorough. Countless experts had even rushed into the great mountain protecting array. As long as they entered the range of the Great Formation, the attacks they received would be relatively weaker. That was especially true when the other party had already set up the formation to offset the attacks. Thus, the experts within the range of the formation were not affected at all. On the contrary, the disciples of Chunyang Palace, who were bound by the enemy's tactical deployment, were greatly disturbed. Under such circumstances, even an expert who had the strength to fight could only die with a grievance. That was not all. The most chilling thing was that after the attack started for half an hour, some of the disciples of Chunyang Palace who were fighting with the enemy suddenly turned their flying sword and attacked the surrounding disciples crazily. They never thought that their partners around them would suddenly become a deadly enemy. Countless disciples of the pure Yang Palace, under this sudden sneak attack, had their souls broken into pieces. Until they died, they did not close their eyes. They could not believe what they had seen. On Meiqing Mountain, there were shouts of killing and flames everywhere. The gate of Chunyang Palace, which had just been rebuilt for only a few hundred years, became a pile of rubble again. All the people within the scope of Meiqing Mountain were involved in it. Even if some of them were really innocent people who simply came to ask for alchemy, they were also caught in this unexpected disaster. The guys who killed in Meiqing Mountain, no matter who was innocent, who was not from the Pyryang Palace, as long as they were not their own people, they would all kill them. With no way to escape, these people could only fight back. Thousands of miles away from the edge of Meiqing Mountain, in a pavilion on the hillside of a barren mountain, 5 people were sitting in the pavilion, looking in the direction of Meiqing Mountain. Looking from this direction, they could see the flames of Meiqing Mountain. This time Chunyang Palace is doomed. I'd like to see if Yang Qin has the means to escape from so many masters. The one who spoke was a woman, a middle-aged woman. If Yang Qin was there, he would definitely recognize that this was an elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island. She was one of the people who was with Lu Ziwei and laughed at Yang Qin and Shi Shanshan. We use the hidden power of the sect like this. If it is known by the sect, won't we be severely punished? A man next to him said. This man already had the cultivation base of the Dashang stage, but he didn't know what secret method he had cultivated. He seemed to be just a Jiedan stage cultivator. What are you afraid of as long as we get Yang Chen's alchemy secrets? Any mistakes can be offset. Another man said, Our sect can't let such an important medicinal pill be pinched in the hands of Yang Chen, right? In fact, the people present also had nothing to say to dispel the tension in their hearts. After all, to eliminate such a powerful sect as Chunying Palace, if they were careless, they would be crazily attacked, and they couldn't help but be nervous. But the arrangements for many years were about to succeed, and they also hoped to see what they expected happen here. The situation on Meiqing Mountain could no longer be alleviated. Those who were smart had already escaped from the scope of Meiqing Mountain at the beginning, and those who were not smart enough were blocked on the mountain, either killing or being killed. But in any case, the attackers occupied the overwhelming advantage, and so far, Chunyang Palace has not seen a master come out to preside over the scene. The 5 masters of the Dashang stage who entered Yang Chen's palace were still moving forward. The palace group was too big, and it blocked their spiritual awareness. No matter how they urged their spiritual awareness, they couldn't detect the situation 20 feet away. They could only shine one by one. However, one thing was certain. Yang Chen must be in one of these rooms and has not left. In a large palace in front of them, suddenly there was a little sound. The 5 masters suddenly felt refreshed, looked at each other, and then made a few gestures. With a brush, the 5 people broke the door of the palace at the same time and rushed in. As soon as they rushed in, the 5 people were very smart to occupy 5 positions and put on a posture of siege, and then everyone looked around. Just at a glance, the 5 people suddenly froze in place, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Inside the palace, it was like a huge lecture hall, and someone was talking about something in the center. Except for the place where the 5 of them broke in, which was a circular open space, the other places were layers of circular stairs. On each step, there were many people sitting. The number was almost 1,000. At this moment, they were watching them like watching a monkey show. Chapter 12:15. If it was hundreds of ordinary people looking at them, these masters would not feel anything. It was not that they had not experienced being worshipped by countless ordinary people as gods. That situation was enough to make them feel proud. But if these hundreds of people were masters of the Dashang stage, then it was a completely different matter. In particular, everyone here looked very fierce, and the evil aura on their bodies was enough to make people tremble. Oh my God, Blood Hand Lu! One person seemed to recognize one of the old devils, and after whispering directly, his body could no longer stop trembling. Human, Butcher Zhang, Devil Shang, the 5 people were all masters who had traveled the world and met countless people. Their ability to recognize people was also first class, but every time they recognized one, their hearts sank a little. Not to mention that so many masters swarmed up. Just the few that they recognized were enough for each person to deal with the 5 of them together. Wasn't this Yang Chen's private courtyard? How could there be so many masters? What were they doing here? Countless questions were surging in the minds of the 5 people. But at this moment, they would rather not come in than to know the answer to the question. The chaos of the Pure Yang Palace, after almost an hour, finally subsided completely. At this moment, Chunyang Palace had completely turned into ruins. There was no complete house, no living disciple of Chunyang Palace could be seen, and the enemies who launched attacks were everywhere. Finally, it was time to enjoy the fruits of victory. The hearts of countless people were full of pride. So what if it was Chunyang Palace? Wasn't it still destroyed by them? Even if there were a few masters of the Deshang stage, even if there were hundreds of masters of the Yuanying stage, they could still be destroyed if they wanted to, without leaving a trace of disaster. Just when everyone thought that they had won and began to turn over the rubble to collect the spoils, everyone suddenly heard a long sigh in their ears. AI. The sigh sounded in everyone's ears, so clear, full of regret, as if these masters were not worth it. Who's there? Someone immediately shouted and took a defensive stance. While they were excited, the others immediately realized that they were not the only ones who had heard the sigh, but everyone else had heard it. We, the Chunyang Palace, have never offended you. Why do you come to kill us? The questioning voice still sounded in everyone's ears. If someone was familiar with the people of Chunyang Palace, they would be able to recognize that this was the voice of the head of the palace. Cut the crap. A man's wealth is his own ruin. If you want to blame someone, blame that disciple of yours, Yang Qin. It's his fault for grasping something he shouldn't have. The voice that rang in everyone's ears brought unimaginable pressure to everyone. Someone immediately cursed out. Of course, since he couldn't find a suitable reason, he could only respond with this unpresentable reason. If that's the case, then it's not my Chunyang Palace's punishment. The palace master sneered and said these words. This made the hearts of the people who heard it tremble. What did it mean? In the midst of the confusion, the scenery in front of everyone suddenly changed. It was no longer the Chunyang Palace in the middle of the night, but it became daytime and the location was changed to a huge empty square. The most terrifying thing was that everyone found that they couldn't move their whole body. No matter how they urged their spiritual power, their bodies couldn't move. It seemed that there was no other part that could move except for their mouths. The figures of the head of the palace and several core elders appeared in front of everyone. Behind them was a large group of Yuanying stage masters. Looking at their appearance, they were not hurt at all. How is it possible? The people who were trapped couldn't believe their eyes when they saw those people appear. They had clearly killed some of them. So how could they still be standing there unscathed? Then they immediately understood that they were still on Meiqing Mountain, and now they were here. It was clear that they were in an illusion. Everything that happened before was just their own illusion. After thinking of this, everyone was in a cold sweat, and there was no longer the pride of destroying the Chunyang Palace. You have been in my Chunyang Palace for no less than 20 years. Do you really think that the people in my Chunyang Palace are blind and can't even see this? The head of the palace sneered at these guys who stood neatly, and the contemptuous eyes made them almost want to find a crack to drill into. Unfortunately, they couldn't move their whole body, and they could only stand there like a wooden stake. When the old tree demon Gui Shanyu was crossing the Yin-fire tribulation, he scattered his seeds all over the mountain. From that time on, any movement in the entire Meiqing Mountain was under the control of the old tree demon. The other party had been arranged for such a long time. How could they avoid the eyes and ears of the old tree demon? All of this was arranged long ago. However, The head of the palace didn't know when the other party would launch, so he had been careful and did not make a move. After Gong Sunling returned, she brought a brand new preventive method to the sect. The Mountain River geographical map directly shrouded the entire Meiqing Mountain, and everyone lived in the illusion of the Mountain River geographical map. The terrain was exactly the same, so that people in it could not tell whether it was real or illusory. As long as they left the scope of Meiqing Mountain, they would return to the real world, and entering the scope of Meiqing Mountain, they would enter the illusion. Even the people far away from Meiqing Mountain could only see the scene in the illusion. The head of the palace waved his hand, and a group of people wearing the costumes of Chunyang Palace disciples were escorted by a large number of Chunyang Palace disciples. These people were the guys who suddenly attacked the disciples of their sect after the other party launched an attack. You are the disciples of Chunyang Palace, but you betrayed us and killed your fellow disciples. According to the rules of the sect, you will be beheaded. The head of the palace did not look at these people and directly announced. The people in the disciplinary hall had been waiting for a long time. When they heard the instructions of the head of the palace, the flying sword suddenly came out, and after the whizzing sound, the heads fell to the ground. The hearts of the people watching on the opposite side were tight, and their faces finally began to show the expression of fear. Every sect had almost the same attitude towards this kind of sect enemy. Now it seemed that they absolutely could not be spared. It was a pity that after so many moves, they didn't even kill a disciple of Chunyang Palace. Several of the leading Deshang stage masters were even more disheartened. If they knew it would be like this, why did they do it in the beginning? Chapter 12:16. Since you have come and made your move, then you must have the awareness of paying the price. The head of the palace did not give these guys a chance at all, and directly announced their punishment. The murderer will always be killed. This must be clear to everyone. Then I hope you can go in peace. I will not send you off. After that, the head of the palace did not look at these trapped guys and turned away. A few of the core elders sneered and stepped forward. They carefully sized up the trapped people and seemed to see a few familiar faces. After looking for a while, they also walked away with their hands clasped behind their backs. They did not stop at all. Spare me. Some of the guys with low cultivation base no longer cared about their own faces, rushed to the disciples of Chunyang Palace in front of them and shouted for mercy. We're just following orders. The culprit is not us. A series of cries came in the face of the great horror between life and death. Some people, even if they have already seen through life and death, could not help but cry out. In the past, they saw through life and death because there was still a glimmer of hope, so they risked their lives to fight for a better future. Now they were like fish on the chopping block. How could they see through it? The main ones were still the disciples of the punishment hall, but some other disciples of Chunyang Palace who had been injured in the previous illusion were also willing to participate. Anyway, the number of people was enough. There were thousands of people. One person could kill one person. No one would ignore such a small wish of the disciples of the same sect. These masters are left for us to kill. The Yuanying stage masters of the Hall of Eccentrics rubbed their hands and walked to the area where the Yuanying stage masters were concentrated. To be able to kill a master of the same level, for these monster cultivators, there was also a sense of excitement, and it also had a small promotion for their cultivation. The monster race, it was originally the law of the jungle. Of course, the monster race's killing was not simply killing, but directly swallowing the opponent. In the past, there were sect rules to control them. They had a lot of rules. But for this kind of enemy who killed their way to the mountain gate, there were so many restrictions. Everyone was good. Elder Li of Taishimen ordered us to wait. Elder Lu of the Five Elements sect is the culprit. Elder Gao of the Green Jade Immortal Island instructed us to wait. The order of Qinkuan sect's Elder Wang, Elder Ouyang of Blue Cloud sect, made the decision. The group of Yuanying stage masters obviously did not expect that they would be swallowed by the monster race. When they thought of this horrible way of death, they could no longer keep calm and cried out the mastermind behind the scenes. As expected, The 5 great sects were all present. It had to be said that only the 5 great sects could mobilize so many people. Dozens of Deshang stage masters and thousands of Yuanying stage cultivators were far from what the average small sect and rogue cultivators could organize. These guys who came to offend were almost all the spies arranged by the 5 sect, but now they were almost all caught by the Chunyang Palace. Tao, Junki, Shi Wushuang, and Murong were fighting with 5 masters of the Deshang stage. They were also very strange. Who dared to do this in the Chunyang Palace? However, because of their resistance, the Chunyang Palace did not make any move to restrain them, but let them watch all this happen. Hearing that their own sect had high-level participation, and even the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect also had high-level participation, the 3 women were ashamed and did not know how to express their apologies. No high-level members had ever informed them that such an attack would be launched, so it was obvious that they were also the part abandoned by the sect. Watching the masters belonging to their respective sect slowly lose their lives under the actions of the Chunyang Palace disciples like killing chickens, the 3 women had no reason to stop it. Once they opened their mouths, they believed that they would immediately become enemies from bystanders. At this time, the Chunyang Palace would never easily believe any outsider. AI, it's really unlucky, guys. Yang Chen, of course, witnessed all this and let out a deep sigh. If you want to attack, you can't find a good time. You have to wait until a Ling's spiritual awareness breaks through to the 2nd grade of human immortal. When Yang Chen came back, of course, he had spiritual awareness, double cultivation, with Gong Sunling and Gao Yu first. The mystery of the highest mystery Yin Yang Heart Sutra soon raised Gong Sunling's spiritual awareness to the 2nd grade of human immortal. Controlling the mountain river geographical map was even more outstanding and easier. Under such circumstances, a group of experts plunged into the mountain river geographical map. It was refreshing to kill and beautiful to destroy. But unfortunately, everything was an illusion. Even the disciples of the Chunyang Palace saw the same illusion, which also induced a large number of chess pieces placed in the Chunyang Palace to be exposed, making the disciples of the Chunyang Palace more and more pure. What should we do with the culprits? These Yuanying stage and Deshang stage masters all said the behind-the-scenes instigators, and Gao Yu naturally wanted to know Yang Chen's attitude. Is there a need to ask? Let them die. Yang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and held Gao Yu in his arms. If they dare to do something to my sect, they always have to pay the price. The sect can't fight against the 5 major sects now, right? Gao Yu considered this point and nothing else. If we kill the elders of other sects with great fanfare, the 5 major sects will never let it go, right? Why do we have to do it? Yang Chen smiled slightly, held Gao Yu's hand, put on a posture of spiritual awareness, double cultivation, and replied with a smile. Such a big thing happened. How can they explain themselves to the sect? Even if the 5 major sects are just for show, they have to put on a good enough posture. After that, Yang Chen looked at Gong Sunling, who was struggling to control the mountain river geographical map. Although Gong Sunling's spiritual awareness has greatly increased, to create such a big illusion still made her a little mentally and physically exhausted. She could support it until now. Yang Chen has helped a lot. Looking at Gong Sunling, Yang Chen turned around and said, "Believe me, let them kill themselves in the sect. The feeling of refreshing is far better than the feeling of doing it ourselves. I'm afraid the days of little Shui and Shan Shan will not be very good." After Gao Yu thought about it, it seemed that it made sense, but she began to worry about Sun Qingxue and Shi Shan Shan. After all, this time the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect were both involved. The 2 of them were really uncomfortable. It doesn't matter. When each sect is big, there will always be different factions. This is an excellent opportunity for the 5 major sect. It is the best excuse for their sect's top management to eradicate dissidents. Yang Chen was very clear about this kind of power struggle within the sect. You wait and see. Soon those people's heads will appear in Chunyang Palace, waiting for us to check. Chapter 12:17. Sun Qingxue was indeed an arrow at the end of its flight. If she only created the terrain illusion, it would not take a lot of effort. The difficulty was that she had to create a lot of fighting illusions so that those who went deep into the mountain river geographical map could not feel it. This required a lot of thought. Fortunately, things had come to this point, and all the guys had been killed. For the time being, Gong Sunling did not need to fully control them. Gong Sunling quickly released the control and let all the disciples of Chunyang Palace return to the real world. In the real world, Chunyang Palace was still Chunyang Palace. There was no change at all. After the raid in the middle of the night, the disciples of Chunyang Palace behaved as if nothing had happened. The only difference was that in an open place on Meiqing Mountain, there are thousands of corpses with their heads separated. Of course, some masters had no corpses at all, leaving only their heads. There were smart people who fled Meiqing Mountain in a hurry as soon as the raid was launched. They naturally knew what happened last night. Even if they left Meiqing Mountain, they could see that Meiqing Mountain was in flames and turned into a pile of rubble. But what they did not expect was that overnight, everything returned to its original state. It seemed that nothing had changed. If there was a change, it was that among the disciples of Chunyang Palace, there were a lot less people, and in a certain place there were a lot more corpses. Such a big thing, of course, could not be hidden, and the news spread as fast as possible. Soon, the major sect learned what happened in Chunyang Palace and the result. Speaking of this, almost all the high-level members of the Five Sect did not know about the action against Chunyang Palace this time. Although the Taishaman wanted to destroy Chunyang Palace immediately and take Yangqin away, Sect Master Li was not crazy enough to deal with Chunyang Palace like this. Several other sect had no reason to become enemies with Chunyang Palace. They still expected to buy better elixirs from Yangqin. How could they easily do this kind of self-destructive thing? Some things could not be solved by destroying Chunyang Palace or capturing Yangqin. This was very clear to the high-level members of the major sect. Therefore, everyone now adopted a kind of cooperation to take what they needed. Although the price was a little expensive, it could still maintain the basis of cooperation. The problem was that after such a thing happened, the high-level members of the Five Sect began to be in a difficult position, especially the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud Sect. They should have been the sect of the closest cooperation with Chunyang Palace, but they also joined the action of attacking Chunyang Palace, which was really incomprehensible. If there was no clear explanation for this matter, it was believed that no one would deal with the Five Sect in the future. Even a sect like Chunyang Palace was almost destroyed. What else could the other sect do except to wash their necks clean and wait to be slaughtered? The core high-level members of the Five Sect were collectively angry. This was not a small matter. It was related to the reputation of the sect. In particular, the elders below did such a thing behind the core high-level members, which also meant that the high-level members of the sect, who were the core leaders, had lost control of the sect. Regardless of which sect it was, such a thing would mean a disaster of destruction. It was a big taboo that the high-level members could not control the sect. Just like the emperor was a mere figurehead by the ministers, no high-level member of the sect would allow such a thing to happen. In the world of ordinary people, what these criminals did was equivalent to a rebellion, and it must be suppressed with blood. In addition to being angry, the high-level members were also very distressed. On average, each sect had lost several masters of the Deshang stage, hundreds of masters of the Yuanying stage, and countless masters of the Jiedon stage. It was not easy for the sect to secretly train these masters. It was unknown how much resources of the sect had been spent, but they were all lost in this battle. Sometimes, when the Five Sect thought of this, they hated the ruthlessness of Chunyang Palace. They did not leave a single survivor, and all of them were executed. But at the same time, they were relatively fortunate that Chunyang Palace did not leave a single survivor, which provided an opportunity for them to reverse the situation in the future. Everyone could explain that they did not know, and then slowly repair the relationship. If they really left a few important people to let them tell the truth, the 5 sect could only fall out with Chunyang Palace. At that time, Chunyang Palace would not have a good time, but the 5 sect would not necessarily have a good time. This time, dozens of masters of the Deshang stage and thousands of masters of the Yuanying stage were annihilated, which had fully explained that Chunyang Palace was not a soft persimmon like before, which could be easily manipulated by them. From the situation on the scene, it could be speculated that Chunyang Palace had probably used a large-scale illusion array. Otherwise, such a situation would not have happened, but no one could say what kind of array it was and what kind of function it had. Now, many small sect members had passed a message to the head of the Chunyang Palace through various relationships, wanting to consult whether this mountain protection illusion array could be bought. Several elders of the major sect, who had secretly used the hidden power of the sect, found the abnormality of Chunyang Palace early the next morning, and then they realized that they were finished. Even if this matter was directly instructed by the top management of the sect, they would be pushed out as scapegoats, not to mention that these were the people they secretly used behind the sect's back. They thought that as long as the matter was successful and they got the secret of Yangqin, they could make up for their crimes and even get rewards. They did not expect that the previously weak Chunyang Palace had become so difficult to deal with, which made their confident action directly become a complete annihilation. Returning to the sect was also a death sentence, but no one dared not to go back. If they pleaded guilty, the sect might be able to keep their families. If they dared to abscond, the sect would definitely uproot their families as a warning to others. At this point, even Chunyang Palace could do it a long time ago, let alone the 5 major sect that had already established their prestige. Chunyang Palace did not say a word on this matter, nor did they raise any protest or other things to any sect. They just kept silent and responded in silence. The more this was the case, the more attention the 5 major sect attached to it. The 5 sect masters had to personally go to Chunyang Palace to express goodwill. In addition to their respective core elders, there were also a group of elders of various sects involved in this matter. If they wanted to express goodwill, they must first show enough sincerity. The lives of these people who made mistakes were the sincerity of the 5 major sect this time. Of course, in addition to these, it was estimated that they had to make many concessions, which depended on the results of their specific negotiations with the head of the palace. Chapter 1218. Yang Chen would not care about how the sect would deal with it, because the ultimate goal of the 5 major sects to express goodwill was still him. In the end, the 5th grade alchemist master was still the only one. This kind of extraordinary existence should be looked up by countless people. After the successive arrival of the 5 major sect masters and the head of the palace, the head of the Chunyang Palace and the head of the palace reached a series of cooperation plans with the heads of the 5 major sects. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, Chunyang Palace seemed to get a bit more things, but this was not unexpected. Your sect had a 5th grade alchemist master and could also get the care of the 5 major sects. Many people who did not know the inside story naturally thought that, as a collaborator, the heads of the 5 major sects personally came to visit the attacked Chunyang Palace. Although Chunyang Palace did not lose anything, this was a clear signal that the 5 major sects were supporting Chunyang Palace. Some people who vaguely guessed the inside story did not dare to talk casually. Who knew what kind of revenge the 5 major sects would cause if they said something casually? Didn't you see that the Pure Yang Palace had killed all the participants, leaving no future trouble? Who dared to say more about the 5 major sects at this time that was carrying a lantern and looking for death? This hurdle of the sect was relatively easy to pass, but Yang Chen's hurdle was not so easy. Yang Chen directly used the reason that his retreat cultivation was disturbed, his cultivation deviated, and it was inconvenient to meet the guests, and he refused to see the sect masters of the 5 major sects. It was impossible for Yang Chen to be so angry. This time, the main goal was still directed at Yang Qin. Didn't you see that Yang Qin had directly gathered 10 Desheng stage masters and dozens of Yuanying stage masters in order to deal with Yang Qin and Gao Yugong Sunling? The purpose of those people was simply clear. If Yang Qin didn't put on any airs and was tricked into being calm, then he would be looked down upon. The more it was like this, the more they had to put on airs. This time, Chunyang Palace was lucky to escape. What about next time? It was impossible for Gong Sunling to stay in the Pure Yang Palace every day and not go out. How many demons and monsters did the other party have yet to use, who dared to say that the Pure Yang Palace could be as safe as Mount Tai? In the end, the sect masters of the 5 great sects didn't get to see Yang Qin, so they could only leave resentfully. However, the Taishimin, the 5 Elements sect, and the Qinkuan sect still had a way. Since Yang Qin and the disciples of their own sect had an affair, at least in their eyes, and the Chunyang Palace did not bind Tao Junki, Shiwushuan, and Murong together this time. The result was clear evidence. In this case, the 3 major sects were simply generous. In front of the head of the palace, Tao Junki, Shi Wushuang, and the 5 Murong sisters were given to Yang Qin as slaves and maids. They were at Yang Qin's disposal, and the sect would never interfere. This was determined to use the honey trap to the end. Relatively speaking, the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island were very embarrassed. The 2 major sects were clearly related to the Chunyang Palace by marriage, but such a thing happened which was really wrong. They wanted to ask Sun Qingxue and Shi Shanshan to help them, but after the 2 women heard about it, they directly shook their heads like a rattledrum. The elders of their own sect plotted against their husband, and they still wanted them to say good things. How could this be possible? Not to mention the 2 women. Even Elder Hua and Elder Min, when talking about this matter, they were somewhat ashamed to see people. Without the mediation of Sun Qingxue and Shi Shanshan, the 2 major sects had to pay a higher price to get Yang Qin's understanding. It was impossible for them to do things like the 3 major sects, sending a few beautiful women to win over Yang Qin, so they had to think in other aspects. The days of Sun Qingxue and Shi Shanshan suddenly became much better. All kinds of resources of the sect were simply available to them at any time. A huge amount of resources were piled up to the 2 women. At the same time, the 2 major sects also decided to take out 10% of the total amount of the income of the innumerable huge mountains and give it to Chunyang Palace. Finally, the impact of the matter at the level of the sect was temporarily minimized. Next, it was time to settle the score. Those elders who were involved at this time began to suffer. Those who were not at the level of elders might not even know what pawns had been arranged in the sect. Therefore, only the elders of the sect could really mobilize these people. Once these matters were investigated, everything would be clear. No one would be able to extricate themselves from it. On the contrary, there were a few innocent fellows who, because they were close to these elders, were also caught in the crossfire and were punished together. Chunyang Palace had never asked for any explanation. From beginning to end, they had been silent on this issue. However, not speaking didn't mean that they didn't want to say anything. Are you kidding me? You almost destroyed my sect. Do you expect me to keep my mouth shut and say nothing? Now, I'm not saying that I'm giving you face. But if you go too far, don't blame me for not giving you face. Using the hidden power of the sect without permission directly led to countless losses. In addition, disobeying the orders of the sect and so on, a series of crimes were imposed, and all the elders involved were punished according to the sect rules. This time, the 5 major sects took out a thunderous means. The punishment was not as simple as a few years of closed-door training, but a real killing. Killing so many elders of the sect at one time was something that the 5 major sects had never done. It was unprecedented. Although they didn't dare to say that it would never happen again, it was absolutely unprecedented. However, compared with the lives of these elders, the reputation of the sect and the cooperation with Chunyang Palace and Yang Qin were more important. The elders who made mistakes, even if they did not provoke Chunyang Palace and did not provoke Yang Qin, would definitely be killed by the sect. No core high-level members of the sect would like such elders. Their wanton actions would definitely bring the sect into a situation of eternal damnation. This time they were lucky. Chunyang Palace did not make a big fuss. Things were still under control. But who could be sure that such a thing would not happen again? Maybe the next time it happened, the target might be the sect master himself? It was related to their own life and death and power. Which core high-level member would be soft-hearted? Adding up the 5 major sect, a total of more than 200 heads were secretly sent to Chunyang Palace for the palace master to see. This was the explanation given by the 5 major sect to Chunyang Palace, and it was also an attitude that must be put on. Although it was secret and not made public, it was already a great honor for the head of the palace. Sure enough, what Yangchen said is right. After the palace master looked at the heads and confirmed the authenticity of the heads, he returned to the council hall and talked to the other elders about this matter. He couldn't help but say with a smile, looking at the heads sent by their own people, "It's really more refreshing than us personally chopping them off." Chapter 1219. Yang Chen did not expect the 3 major sect to be so shameless that they directly gave 7 beautiful women to him, and whether they were slaves or maids was decided by Yang Chen. Of course, this reflected the importance and flattery of the 3 major sect to Yang Chen, but it also directly pushed Yang Chen to the opposite side of the admirers of the 7 fairies. Yang Chen had already been regarded as occupying the 4 fairies. This matter had already made many talented cultivators angry, but dare not speak out. Now he even extended his claws to the names of Fairy Junkie, Fairy Qingmu, and Murong 5 fairies. If this could be tolerated, what could not be tolerated? Yang Chen had to have a headache. How to arrange for the 7 girls had become his biggest trouble now. What was even more annoying was that Gao Yu, as his wife and master, not only did not help him solve the trouble, but even added fuel to the fire. Since their sect says so, then why don't you accept them as slaves? Gao Yu's bright eyes turned, as if she had returned to the naughtiness of her teenage years, and said with a smile, "I also want to taste the taste of being served by several Deshang stage fairies." Speaking of this, it was still because of Gong Sunling. Gong Suanling's mountain river geographical map was too powerful. After so many years of sacrificial refining, it had become very mature. Recently, Yang Chen pushed Gong Suanling's spiritual awareness cultivation base to the realm of the 2nd grade human immortal, so that she could control the mountain river geographical map more and more easily. The guys trapped in the mountain river geographical map became the victims of Gong Suanling's sparring partners. After experiencing the experience of the demon continent, Gong Suanling's combat power had risen sharply. In the mountain river geographical map, she was purely abusing so many Deshang stage masters. In the end, those masters were also beaten by Gong Sunling, and they were obedient. Everyone also knew that they were in the illusion constructed by Gong Sunling, and no one had a fluke plan. Therefore, they joined forces on weekdays and began to study some cultivation methods together. After the attack was launched, the scene that the 5 Deshang stage masters who rushed in saw was that one of these masters was publicizing his own cultivation experience. It was conceivable that this kind of occasion was interrupted by a few of them, like clowns. These guys who had been suppressed by Gong Sunling but were still powerful in the demon continent were furious. Without saying anything, these masters surrounded them and did not use much spiritual power. They directly used their fists and feet to beat them until they were beaten black and blue. After being abused countless times, they were thrown out and waited for Gong Sunling to deal with them. Poor 5 guys. How could they think that, as masters of the Deshang stage, one day they would be beaten like this by this kind of peasant trick? After Gong Sunling subdued this group of Deshang stage masters, she naturally enjoyed their service. This made Gao Yu very envious, but she didn't have such a powerful magic weapon as the mountain river geographical map. She could only watch Gong Sunling enjoy it, or when Yang Chen was there, she also benefited. As for herself, She never took the initiative to mention it to Gong Sunling, although Gao Yu also knew that as long as she asked, Gong Sunling would definitely agree. She was not willing to put down this vase. Do you really want it? Yang Qin didn't think that Gao Yu was joking. In fact, as long as Gao Yu proposed it, Yang Qin could do it. He would definitely spare no effort to help Gao Yu achieve it. But this matter was very difficult for Yang Qin, so he had to determine Gao Yu's attitude, not jealous. Humph, you accepted them. At best, they are just a few concubines. Can they still fight with the legal wife for a husband? Gao Yu had absolute confidence in this regard. She could feel Yang Chen's mind from his attitude of listening to her, so there was no psychological pressure. Speaking of it, Gao Yu still loved Yang Chen. There was no way around it. Yang Chen's body had been transformed by the life essence of more than 20,000 immortals. In some aspects, he was so strong that Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, Sun Qingxue, and Shi Shanshan were not Yang Chen's opponents. Although the way of double cultivation did not make people indulge in carnal desire, Gao Yu did not want Yang Chen to always be so restrained. Gao Yu was also clear about the grievances between Chunyang Palace and Taishimen. Just like the attitude of Grandmaster Wang Yong, Gao Yu is also of the same origin. Since I can't touch your foundation for the time being, I will collect some interest from you first. I will let Fairy Junkie of your sect be a slave, which is also a small interest. Anyway, you came to me on your own, so it is not a robbery. It was also because Gao Yu was clear about the grievances between Chunyang Palace and Taishimen that she was more willing to unite with the forces of several other major sects to fight against Taishimen together. In this regard, Shi Wushuang and the 5 Morong sisters were very good mediums. As long as she sincerely accepted them, she would inevitably get help from the 5 Elements sect and the Qinkuan sect in the future. Of course, the power struggle of the major sect was very cruel and complicated, which was fully illustrated by this incident. The sect master did not allow it, but some people couldn't control themselves and had to do it. If this move could draw in a few people inside the major sect, it was always good. The attack on Chunyang Palace made the cooperative relationship between Chunyang Palace and the 5 major sect directly drop to the freezing point. Although it was still a serious cooperation according to the original agreement, everyone could feel the invisible gap. The Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect were particularly prominent. The good situation was destroyed by a few guys who acted without authorization. The relationship that had been maintained for hundreds of years was destroyed overnight. If they wanted to make up for it, they didn't know how much effort it would take. At the thought of this, the sect masters of the 2 major sects couldn't wait to tear those disobedient guys into pieces. Elder Hua of the Blue Cloud sect did not suppress his anger and almost turned the sect upside down. All of the old friends and acquaintances of the elder who had made the decision had been investigated, and those who were implicated had been executed. The only thing missing was the execution of their entire family. Elder Hua was even more tough. If anyone in the sect dared to make her disciples unhappy in the future, then don't blame her for taking action, so that the family of the person in charge would never have to be unhappy. The Green Jade Immortal Island was even more embarrassed. It was not until the sect's investigation that the senior members of the Green Jade Immortal Island discovered that the elders Bei Shuangyu and Lu Ziwei, who should have been punished in the Eye of the Sea, only stayed in the Eye for less than a month and were released. Their whereabouts were still unknown. What was even more outrageous was that even the jade cards that marked their primordial spirits were missing, making it impossible for the sect to track their whereabouts by relying on the jade cards. What was more outrageous than this to challenge the authority of the Lord of Tantai? Under the anger, the Lord of Tantai and Elder Min teamed up and almost uprooted the people of Bei Shuangyu and Lu Ziwei. All the heads were sent to the Chunyang Palace. It was true that they were masters of the sect, but the less the masters of the sect, the better. Chapter 1220. Even the people who were personally ordered by the Lord of Tantai to be sent to the Eye of the Sea for punishment could disappear silently after a month or 2. This has already shown the fatal shortcomings of the green jade Immortal Island in some aspects. If combined with the previous matters of Shan, it could almost be said that the Lord of Tantai had almost no right to speak in the green jade Immortal Island, and it was difficult to say whether her orders could go out of the main island. For such a thing, if the Lord of Tantai could endure it, then what else couldn't he endure? In recent hundreds of years, the strength of the sect has changed with each passing day. Originally, the Lord of Tantai was watching a thriving green jade Immortal Island, striding to catch up with the Taishaman and become the #1 sect that could compete with the Taishaman. The Lord of Tantai himself was also promoted to the Deshang stage, and when he was preparing for his grand plan, such a thing happened. How could the Lord of Tantai step down? The elder in charge of the Eye of the Sea, a series of masters who had a close relationship with Bei Shuangyu and Lu Ziwei, were all investigated frantically. This was not a joke. Everyone was directly taken to the law enforcement hall and asked one by one, who gave them such courage? At the same time, the Green Jade Immortal Island did not forget to express goodwill to Chunyang Palace. In any case, this time they did too much. They attacked their allies, and they were still allies who were cooperating closely. Even if the Green Jade Immortal Island had 10,000 reasons, at least on the surface, they had to end the alliance relationship first. Finally, after giving up a lot of benefits, the Green Jade Immortal Island got the understanding of Chunyang Palace. Their explanation was also accepted by Chunyang Palace, which sect did not have a few black sheep, and it was normal to have a few scum. Even in Chunyang Palace, wasn't there also a master like Liang Xiaoming? However, it was hard to say for Yang Qin. Yang Qin had been avoiding meeting him. There were a few times when the Lord of Tantai wanted to talk to him in person, but he did not get the chance. He could only leave resentfully. The Green Jade Immortal Island, which already had Shanshan as Yang Chen's wife, couldn't learn from the 3 major sect and put a beauty as a slave or something. The furious Lord of Tantai vented all his anger on those who made mistakes. The sect had placed a secret bounty on Bei Shuangyu and Lu Ziwei's heads, and the elder who had let them go had his cultivation crippled and demoted to a servant. From a high and mighty elder of the sect to a lowly servant, no matter how open-minded a cultivator was, he couldn't accept it. On the first day, the elder chose to commit suicide. However, her suicide did not bring any benefits to others. Instead, it made the sect even angrier. Did she want to use her death to threaten the sect? I will fulfill your wish. Therefore, at least more than 20 elders were given a choice in front of them. Die or become a servant. Choose for yourself. A few of them with a strong temper chose to die directly. The rest were not so determined and could only choose to be a humiliating servant. If being a servant could one day return to the peak, then they had actually blocked the way back to the peak. There were countless examples of cultivation being crippled. In recent hundreds of years, Sun Qingxue and Shanshan were all like this. The most incredible one was Mu Bo's grandfather, Mu Mingyuan, who had been crippled, and it was impossible for there to be any miracle. But he still directly ascended with the help of Yang Qin. As long as Yang Qin made a move, what was the point of crippling their cultivation? The question was, would Yang Qin make a move for them? Would he make a move for the people suspected of attacking the Chunyang Palace? There was no need to think about it. Not only the 5 major sects were in a mess, but even other small sects were also in the same situation. A sect like the Chunyang Palace could not avoid such a day, let alone the sects that were not as good as the Chunyang Palace. Fortunately, their sect did not have a superstar like Yang Qin who attracted the firepower. For the time being, the security concerns were still a little less. But on the other hand, their worries had to be raised to the table. Yang Qin announced to the public that he was injured and recuperated, and some auctions in the Wanbao Tower stopped. In fact, all the auctions related to Yang Chen's elixirs were stopped. Appearance Pill, second-grade inner sensing pill, questioning inner heart pill, and century-old pill were all no longer auctioned. This made many people anxious. Not to mention other things, just the face-halting pill alone. Among 100 female cultivators, 99.5 of them wanted it. The remaining half were still in their youth and were short of money, so they planned to buy it after a while. How could these female cultivators not go crazy when the goods were cut off? Those who really had the ability to bid for the appearance pill, in addition to the representatives of the major sect, were actually those powerful female cultivators or the concubines of some powerful cultivators. The power of these people was quite amazing. Those who needed the century-old pill and the questioning inner heart pill, needless to say, at least had to be at the peak Yuaning stage and the Deshang stage. Otherwise, it would simply be a waste. The power of these people was even more terrifying. Wasn't there a lot of bones on Meiqing Mountain? Some people deliberately went to see it and recognized some of them or some sect. Without saying a word, they turned around and went down the mountain. Within a few months, they brought back a lot of heads. It was said that these heads were the heads of a certain family or a certain sect, and they were specially brought for Master Yang to vent his anger. From beginning to end, Yang Chen did not say a word more, and the same was true for Chunyang Palace. Those sect and families that participated were uprooted one by one. Those people were so ruthless that they left no way for anyone to live at all. The 5 major sects could only pinch their noses and swallow this loss in silence. If these exposed chess pieces could make Yang Chen forgive them, they would probably be willing to do it themselves. Yang Chen used the excuse of recuperating to accompany his 2 lovely wives in his dragon palace, and spent 2 years leisurely. During these 2 years, Yang Chen gave Gong Sunling one last suggestion. The power of the geographical map of Mountain River was already strong enough. The more masters it collected, the more powerful it would be. But there was another point. The longer the masters stayed in the geographical map of Mountain River, the more compatible they would be with the aura of the geographical map of Mountain River. Similarly, the power of the geographical map of Mountain River would be greater. In this regard, Gong Sunling did a good job. She had begun to let the masters in the map learn from each other, and declared that as long as their cultivation could break through the illusory array, they would be free. Those old guys who knew that they could not go out for the time being burst out with great enthusiasm for cultivation, and they were very happy to learn from each other. What Yang Chen told Gong Sunling was that when she needed it, she could use these Deshang stage masters with different attributes as materials for the array, and the power would definitely be many times stronger than using some ordinary materials. Especially when these Deshang stage masters were now obedient to Gong Sunling, the difficulty was many times simpler. Chapter 1221. Using people to set up the array? Gong Sunling had such an idea for the first time, but it was not impossible. The masters in the Mountain River geographical map, because they were controlled by the array in the map, would involuntarily listen to Gong Sunling, but this did not mean that their cultivation base would also be reduced. If these masters cooperated with each other, it could really be used to try this possibility. It was scary to think about it. An ordinary 5-element array. Suddenly there were dozens of Deshang stage masters attacking. Which person could survive? If they used a little more complicated array, wouldn't it make people even more crazy? When she thought of it, she would try it. Gong Sunling happily grabbed a large group of old devils and began to experiment. Those guys who seemed to be complaining endlessly, no one could see that they were a group of terrifying old devils of the Great Ascension stage who could kill without blinking an eye. So far, Yang Chen has successively pointed out Sun Qingxue, Shi Shanshan, and Gong Sunling. The only one left was Gao Yu. Are you going to give me a final suggestion? Gao Yu leaned against Yang Chen's arms, enjoying the warmth of Yang Chen's arms, holding a carving tool in one hand. She was carving something on Yang Chen's wristband and asked, "No." Yang Chen shook his head directly and answered simply and neatly, "Why?" Gao Yu was a little surprised, stopped the work in her hand, raised her head and looked at Yang Chen and asked strangely, "Because I want to protect you for a lifetime." Yang Chen replied without thinking, as if it was a voice from the bottom of his heart, His arms were also slightly tightened. He wanted to hold Gao Yu more tightly. Only herself, in Yang Chen's mind, was always different. Gao Yu's heart was sweet. She couldn't help but pucker up her lips and gently peck on Yang Chen's face, then lowered her head and patted Yang Chen's arm. She said coquettishly, "Relax. It's at the last moment." Yang Chen obeyed and relaxed his arm, allowing Gao Yu to carve on his wrist guard. Now, in addition to the magic treasures that Yang Chen used before, everything he wore and used was all taken care of by Gao Yu. Even the simplest accessories, Gao Yu would carefully design them so that after Yang Chen wore them, he would look outstanding. So what should I do next? Gao Yu began to work while asking Yang Chen. After Yang Chen and her spiritual awareness double cultivation upgraded her spiritual awareness to the 2nd grade human immortal stage. This kind of multitasking became very simple. She could even cultivate at the same time without any delay. For the time being, I should focus on refining the dragon horn flying sword. Yang Chen said frankly. So far, Yang Chen had not thought of a further cultivation direction for Gao Yu, but refining the dragon horn flying sword would not go wrong. Plus condensing the spiritual power, at least for hundreds of years, she could not consider doing anything else. You're biased. Gao Yu rarely imitated Sun Qingshue's appearance and said to Yang Chen, Little Shui, Shanshan, and Aling both have a cultivation direction for the next few thousand years, but I don't. I plan to go to Big Brother Li Cheng for a while and ask him to give me some pointers. Yang Chen said truthfully. Sun Qingxue and Shi Shanshan were both good. They both had the reference of their previous lives. Yang Chen could easily specify the direction. Gong Sunling had the mountain river geographical map by chance, and could almost be said to be invincible in the world. Even if she couldn't beat the enemy, she would not be unable to escape. Only on Gao Yu's side, Yang Chen did not dare to make a decision easily. After all, in his mind, the position of his master was still the most important one. During the 2 years when Yang Chen was recovering, some small things continued to happen. The 5 major sect almost purged a group of elders in the sect, which was unimaginable in the past. Fortunately, the 5 major sect did things in an orderly manner, and these things were done one after another in 2 years, and the charges were also very convincing, so that people could not see any connection with the attack on Chunyang Palace. On the contrary, there was another small thing in the Green Jade Immortal Island that was related to Shi Shanshan. A Deshang stage elder who was about to fall saw the opportunity and directly challenged Shi Shanshan in the sect. No matter how Shi Shanshan shirked, the other party insisted on fighting. Even if the Lord of Tantai came out to stop him, there was no way. Anyway, he was destined to end in tragedy. If he could drag Shi Shanshan into the water, he would see if Yang Chen could continue to be proud. After Shi Shanshan repeatedly shirked, the other party began to insult Shi Shanshan and Yang Chen. This could be tolerated. What could not be tolerated? Shi Shanshan accepted the challenge on the spot. In the eyes of the elders of the sect, after Shi Shanshan strongly requested to arrange the battle of the arena, Shi Shanshan and the elder of the Deshang stage began to duel. In order to avoid hurting other disciples, this time Shi Shanshan insisted on fighting on a blank island, and the sect finally had to agree. The Lord of Tantai even personally told Shi Shanshan to find a chance to solve the opponent. There was no need to worry about it. The sect would support her. It could be said that in the eyes of a group of masters, Shi Shanshan, who jumped high, sent a sword chi to the opponent below. She couldn't control this sword chi at all. In just 2 years, it was only enough for the sword chi to be more familiar with her body. As soon as the sword chi came out, an elder of the late Deshang stage, comparable to the master of Elder Min Min Huafeng, was directly turned into powder without any resistance. Not only that, on the island full of protective formations, there was a terrifying movement of the formation breaking everywhere. If those onlookers didn't run fast, they might be involved. The final result was that an island with a radius of almost 2 miles disappeared directly and no longer existed. Dozens of masters who arranged the protective formation tried to resist when the formation was attacked. As a result, they were injured by the shock and vomited blood. In the end, only a group of people were left standing in the air 10 miles away and looked at each other. After this, Sher Shanshan apologized herself and went to the Eye of the Sea to accept punishment. How could this be? The Lord of Tantai had no choice but to go to the Eye of the Sea to visit Sher Shanshan in person, hoping that she could change this decision. Otherwise, this was simply a direct slap in the face of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Sher Shanshan explained for a long time that the pressure of the Eye of the Sea helped her to subdue the sword Qi, and after personally demonstrating the performance of the Eye of the Sea without the slightest obstacle, the Lord of Tantai was relieved. But when she returned to the sect, she sent the news to Chunyang Palace as soon as possible, and an explanation was also attached. Of course, Yang Chen received the news. He did not comment on Sher Shanshan's decision. This was also good. The pressure did help to absorb the sword Qi. He had been pretending to be injured for more than 2 years, and it was time to go out. Chunyang Palace announced the good news of Master Yang's recovery in the first place. For a while, Chunyang Palace, which had been quiet for a long time, began to be lively again. Chapter 1222. Appearance Pill and Inner Sensing Pill began to be auctioned in Wanbao Tower again. Those who were anxious finally breathed a sigh of relief, as long as they continued to sell it. They hoped that this would not happen again in the future. After coming out, Yang Qin shocked everyone. It seemed that he was really very weak because of the injury. If the master of the palace didn't know that this was Yang Chen's plan, maybe they would be scared. It was just that Yang Chen came forward. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling did not appear in front of everyone. Looking at Yang Chen's appearance, it was estimated that the 2 women were also injured. It seemed that this time they were indeed disturbed during the double cultivation, which led to cultivation deviation. Otherwise, a little injury would not make Yang Qin himself become like this. "Greetings, master." As soon as he came out of the Dragon Palace and returned to Gao Yu's small courtyard, Yang Qin heard a few sweet calls in unison. Then he saw the Taishiman's fairy junkie, the Qingquan sect's fairy Qingmu, and the 5 Elements sect's Morong 5 sisters were bowing down to him. "Are you kidding me?" Yang Qin had been cultivating in the Dragon Palace. Although the news from the outside could come in, Yang Chen really did not take the matter of several women as slaves seriously. Suddenly, the 7 girls came like this. Even Yang Qin felt a little awkward. "Master." Sher Wushuang raised her head and was about to explain, but she was directly interrupted by Yang Qin. "Don't say it," Yang Qin decisively denied. "If you want to stay, everyone will do the same. Don't say anything about master and slave. I will go to see the master of the palace first. You wait for me here." "Yes." This time, the 7 girls agreed in unison, and they were very happy. In fact, from the depths of their hearts, how could they be willing to let themselves change from a high and mighty fairy to a slave of others, even if this person was Yang Qin? After Yang Chen left, the 7 girls looked at each other. All of them looked happy. However, they seemed to be very worried about Yang Chen's attitude. Yang Chen said that he was going to visit the head of the palace, but it was really just a visit, and there were not many other things. In any case, he had been staying in the sect for quite some time now. If there were any matters that needed to be discussed, they just hadn't met in person yet. Now that he was out of seclusion, he had to do everything in an open and above-board manner. "How did you get hurt so badly?" After Tao Junkie waited for Yang Qin to return from the head of the palace, she was the first to eagerly ask, "Can't your medicinal pills treat it?" Sher Wushuang and the 5 Morong sisters did not speak, but they all seemed to be very worried about Yang Qin. Several pairs of beautiful eyes stared at Yang Chen worriedly, making Yang Qin feel very uncomfortable. "I have hurt some of my roots." Yang Qin replied faintly, "It can't be made up in a short time." All the women were silent. Cultivators were most afraid of hurting their roots. Once this was the case, Not only would their cultivation be damaged, but their future cultivation would also be greatly affected. Unless there was a way to replenish it as soon as possible, it would be considered half destroyed. Master, if this concubine is a cauldron, can you recover faster? Tao Junkie's initial address seemed very awkward. It seemed that she wanted to call him her husband, but she couldn't say it. She could only call him a gentleman, but she called herself a concubine. Fairy Junkie had long said that if Yang Chen was willing to have dual cultivation, she was willing to serve as Yang Chen's cauldron. Now, she really kept her words and took the initiative to say this in front of Yang Chen. This concubine is also willing. Seeing that Yang Chen was a little slow after listening to it, how could the other women let go of this opportunity? They all said so in unison, and even changed the address to concubine. Why do you have to do this? Yang Chen shook his head with a wry smile. He and the palace master had already discussed it. Since they couldn't refuse the arrangement of the three major sects for a while, they would temporarily pretend to be polite and slowly drag it out. Even if it was necessary, they would also let them see the power of Yang Chen. Maybe it would slowly dispel some of the major sects' suspicions. However, the performance of several fairies was a posture of not giving up until they achieved their goal, which made Yang Chen sigh. Every sect would have such loyal and devoted disciples who would do anything for the sake of the sect, except for the hatred between the Taishimin and himself. If he treated the other too poorly, it would be a bit unreasonable. In particular, he needed to rely on the power of the sect for revenge in the future. If you can recover as soon as possible, we will also have more appearance pill to use. Sure, Wushuang didn't say much else, but directly attributed the reason to his own needs. In fact, the 7 fairies in front of him, except for Tao Junkie, who had used the appearance pill, the others were all young and beautiful fairies. You really don't have to do this. Yang Chen could only reply very formally, Sister Junkie, Sister Wushuang, Sister Morong, you seem to have forgotten who I am. As soon as the word sister came out, the 7 girls were overjoyed. Since Yang Chen began to call them this way, it meant that the things that those guys had caused before could finally be solved. However, what did Yang Chen mean by this? He was an alchemist, but if he could cure the injury, wouldn't it have been cured long ago? Why wait until now? You are a 5th grade alchemist. One of the Morong sisters said. Yang Chen couldn't tell which of the 5 sisters was which unless he used his divine awareness to sense the other's 5 elements. However, this would be too rude. Yes, I am a 5th grade alchemist. Yang Chen nodded with a smile. If that's the case, why do you still need to use the means of harming others to benefit yourself? Then why don't you refine some medicinal pills and cure them before coming out of seclusion? Fairy Junkie asked curiously. She really planned to sacrifice a part of her cultivation to help Yang Chen to make up for the previous crack. She was a little confused by Yang Chen's words. There's a lack of a suitable main ingredient. Yang Chen smiled slightly and replied, What medicinal ingredient? I will ask the sect to send it over. Fairy Junkie immediately took on the responsibility. However, as soon as Fairy Junkie said this, the other fairies also expressed that they could also help to solve the problem. Yang Chen just lacked medicinal herbs. It was too simple. He didn't dare to say anything else. As long as Yang Chen needed medicinal herbs of 10,000 years and 100,000 years, if the 3 major sects couldn't come up with it, then no one in the world could take it out. If Yang Chen used medicinal ingredients from any sect, it would mean that the relationship between that sect and Yang Chen was closer. Who would let go of such an opportunity? Any medicinal ingredient that can supplement the source of life will do, Yang Chen said with a smile, but his eyes were looking at the 7 girls as if he was waiting for their reply. Chapter 1223. The 7 fairies were a little dumbfounded. They had heard of many medicinal herbs, but what medicinal herbs could replenish one's life source? They had only heard of medicinal herbs that could save one's life, increase one's spiritual power, or something else. They had never heard of medicinal herbs that could replenish one's life source. It's something that can increase one's lifespan. Yang Chen explained it in an easy-to-understand way, and all the girls were stunned for a while, and then all of them were like frosted eggplants wilting. Since ancient times, apart from the legend of the 7th grade immortal pill, they had never heard of anything that could increase a cultivator's lifespan. There were quite a few that could increase a mortal's lifespan, but at best it could only improve a mortal's physique and allow them to live a few more years. But for cultivators, these were useless. Only then did the girls realize that Yang Chen seemed to have injured his lifespan this time. For a moment, it was unknown if the 7 girls were really concerned about Yang Chen, or if they were just putting on an act in front of Yang Chen, but all of them had anxious expressions on their faces. What should I do? What should I do? Shi Wushuang racked her brains, and her eyes were already filled with anxious tears. Yang Chen was stunned. Could it be that Fairy Qingmu really had feelings for me? That shouldn't be the case, right? June, if I become your human cauldron, can I help you recover a portion of your lifespan? Tao, Junkie asked again with an indomitable look on her face. When she said the word June, everyone could feel that she had silently added the word June in front of it. The moment she asked this question, the other girls stopped and looked straight at Yang Chen, waiting for Yang Chen's answer. From their eyes, Yang Chen could even tell that as long as Yang Chen nodded, they would all be willing to do it. Of course. Yang Chen nodded slightly. However, the heavens have their own way of balance. If there is more on one side, there will be less on the other side. There is no shortcut. I am willing to be your human cauldron. As long as June can recover, it is not a big deal for me to suffer a little loss. He didn't know what reason Fairy Junkie had, but to make such a decision was enough to move Yang Chen. I am also willing to be your human cauldron. I am also willing to be your human cauldron. Zais after Fairy Junkie finished speaking, Fairy Qingmu and the 5 Morong sisters stepped forward one by one, expressing that they were also willing to sacrifice themselves for Yang Chen. Why are you doing this? Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Greenwood Fairy gritted her teeth and finally said, some of the elders of my sect participated in the attack on Chunyang Palace. Although it was not the will of my sect, it was the will of the elders of my sect, after all. This is the fault of my sect to Chunyang Palace, and to you. I have come to atone for my crime, not to mention being a human cauldron. Even if you want this concubine's life, this concubine will gladly suffer. As soon as she opened her mouth, the scene immediately became silent. Fairy Junkie and the 5 Morong fairies wanted to say something, but when they saw Yang Chen's expression, they held back and did not say anything. Do you think so too? Yang Chen sighed and asked. This time the girls did not speak. They just nodded their beautiful heads heavily. Why bother to suffer on behalf of others? Yang Chen shook his head and said regretfully. At this point, the scene suddenly became awkward. After a while, Yang Chen suddenly realized that this was an excellent opportunity to get rid of the entanglement of the 7 girls. In that case, there is no need to go through so much trouble. I will specify a few specific medicinal herbs. If you help me find them, we will write it off. How about it? Yang Chen's tone immediately became light as he asked the 7 girls. Just when Yang Chen felt that as long as the 7 girls nodded, Yang Chen would find a few relatively precious medicinal herbs that were nothing to the 3 great sect, allowing them to smoothly complete their task and have nothing to do with each other. Something strange suddenly happened. This lowly concubine, Shi Wushuang, has admired young master for many years. I am willing to be young master's servant. Concubine, and servant girl. I swear on my heart demon that I will be young master's woman in life and young master's ghost in death. I hope that young master will not abandon me. Shi Wushuang seemed to have already predicted Yang Chen's plan. Her words were spoken quickly and urgently. When she finished speaking, Yang Chen was already stunned on the spot and could not say another word. Shi Wushuang was not the only smart person. Tao Junkie and the Morong sisters immediately understood something from Shi Wushuang's firm tone and Yang Chen's words just now. One by one, according to Shi Wushuang's words just now, they all repeated all of them, and finally they all swore on their heart demon. It seemed that all the girls were psychologically prepared that it was impossible to become a co-wife like Gao Yu. Therefore, it seemed that Yang Chen could directly choose to be a concubine, a servant girl, or a servant girl. However, looking at Yang Chen's appearance, was he really willing to let the 7 fairies be a servant girl? If he really did so, it was estimated that Yang Chen would be cursed to death by countless people who admired the 7 girls. Yang Chen was stunned and speechless. The door of the room made a soft sound, but it was Gao Yu who came out of the door. "Greetings, mistress." This time the 7 girls had no other considerations and bowed to Gao Yu. Gao Yu was Yang Chen's first wife, so they had to greet her. "Get up," Gao Yu said softly. "In the future, everyone will be sisters, so there is no need to be so polite." When she spoke, she made the decision for Yang Chen. The 7 girls were all overjoyed and stood up. Gao Yu said that everyone was sisters. Didn't that mean that at least they were concubines and they would not be slaves? "My husband is soft-hearted, and he can't bear to see beautiful women begging him. Ah Ling and I will be in seclusion for a while, so please take care of my husband." Gao Yu directly carried the style of an elder sister and ordered, "Take good care of my husband. Don't let any woman get close to my husband casually. Do you hear me?" "Yes, sister." The 7 girls agreed in unison. Their answering voices were full of that kind of feeling of joy. They were willing to call her sister. Even if the 7 girls were older than Gao Yu, they still had to call Gao Yu sister. "My husband's health hasn't been good recently, so don't let him exhaust himself too much." Gao Yu turned her head and glanced at Yang Chen, who was already frowning miserably. After saying that, she turned around and entered the room again. "Farewell, sister," the 7 girls said in unison as they watched Gao Yu disappear behind the door. Then their faces were all filled with joy. "Husband, what kind of medicinal herbs do you need? Tell me, and I will go to the sect to find them for you." Fairy Junkie was the closest to Yang Chen, so she was the first to go to Yang Chen's side. She called Yang Chen husband happily and asked, "Yes, husband. Just tell me what medicinal herbs you need." Shi Wushuang also had the same attitude. Suddenly, they became very familiar. She walked behind Yang Chen and naturally began to massage Yang Chen's shoulders. Chapter 1224. Yang Chen was completely speechless. Gao Yu's move made all his previous plans fall through. He didn't know what Gao Yu was thinking. How could she make such a decision? However, perhaps it was the heart demon oath of the 7 fairies that moved Gao Yu's heart. She always wanted to find a few more people for Yang Chen to serve Yang Chen. The fairies Sun Qingxue, Shi Shanshan, and Gong Sunling could not accompany Yang Chen for a long time because of their cultivation. Finding a few more people might make Yang Chen not be disturbed too much. In particular, the origin of these fairies, the 3 major sect, Taishimin, Qingkuan sect, and 5 element sect. If Sun Qingxue and Shi Shanshan's Blue Cloud sect and Green Jade Immortal Island were added, the 5 major sects were complete. He believed that with Gao Yu's words, these few would definitely drive away any women who had the intention to approach Yang Chen. In this regard, Gao Yu and the others were completely insufficient. Gao Yu Gong Sunling was born in Chuning Palace, and sometimes she couldn't make this kind of posture. Shi Shanshan didn't care about other things at all. Sun Qingxue was happy for Yang Chen. With these few more, they could effectively do this. Perhaps this was also one of Gao Yu's considerations. Especially with Gao Yu's attitude, the 3 major sect would also further win over Yang Chen and Chunying Palace. Even if they wanted to deal with Taishimin in the future, they only needed to hide it from Tao Junkie. Even through this, they could unite the other four major sects. Since Gao Yu nodded and personally came forward, Yang Chen would certainly not make a different attitude from Gao Yu. When dealing with the 7 girls, his face was also a lot more relaxed. Actually, your sect might not necessarily have this medicine. As Yang Chen spoke, a jade slip suddenly appeared in his hand, and he handed it to Tao Junkie. Tao Junkie was taken aback. She took it and checked it with her divine sense, and a strange look appeared on her face. Then, with a strange expression, he handed the jade slip to Morong, who was next to him. The 5 Morong sisters took turns to look at it, then handed it to Shi Wushuang. Everyone had an indescribable expression on their faces. "It's just a myth, husband." Shi Wushuang read it word for word before returning the jade slip to Yang Chen with a bitter smile. How could such a peach be found in the mortal world? It was unknown where this jade slip had come from, but it was also unknown where this jade slip had been collected to record such miscellaneous matters. One of them recorded a type of immortal peach that could increase one's lifespan. Usually, for this kind of folk legend, everyone would laugh it off. It was understandable to use it as something to chat and relieve boredom, but if it was taken seriously, it would be a joke. That's why all the women had such a look on their faces. It was really unexpected that a Yuanying stage master, a 5th grade alchemist master, would believe such nonsense things. Sometimes people think that there must be some secret for me to become a 5th grade alchemist master. I can get some good things, and the same is true. Yang Chen smiled and said to the 7 girls around him, "Today, I will let you see how I get something that others can't get." Yang Chen set up a table in front of him, teapot and teacups, brewed a pot of black tea, and everyone had a share. After everyone sat down around the table, Yang Chen took out another piece of jade slip and said, "This is one of the hundreds of thousands of miscellaneous books in my collection. Look at the records inside." After everyone took turns to read it, it was still a folk legend. There was a monkey who ate an immortal peach and became a monkey spirit. This one was obtained from the book collection of the Blue Cloud sect. Yang Chen took out another piece of jade slip. The women looked again, and it was still a folk legend. Behind the 2 jade screens, there was an immortal peach, and after eating it, one could immediately ascend to immortality. After taking it, Mu Mingyuan has already done this kind of thing once, but it was not an immortal peach, but a medicinal pill refined by Yang Chen. Although the women felt that it was a bit ridiculous, their expressions had been a lot more cautious. This one is the book collection of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Yang Chen seemed to sincerely want to show the women how to find peerless treasures from folklore and took out another piece of jade slip. It was still a folk legend, the immortal peach, the fated get it. There are similar legends in the book collection of Taishimin. Yang Chen took out the book collection obtained from Taishimin this time. The content was nothing more than this. A fisherman accidentally lost his way into a peach forest, fell asleep after eating a peach, and when he woke up he could no longer find the peach forest. The 5 Elements sect also has it. Another piece of jade slip was directly given to the Morong 5 sisters. According to folklore, some people saw a peach pit falling from the sky on a night of lightning and thunder, turning into a hill, and the 2 gates in front of the hill were closed. Qiankuan sect also has a similar one. This piece of jade slip was given to Shi Wushuang. It was also a folk legend a certain barren mountain turned into a peach forest overnight, and the petals fell in profusion. Scholars often came, and it lasted for a long time. These are all legends, and some belong to the records of scholars. Eating the peaches of a certain place, the body is light and healthy, and so on. Yang Chen almost took out dozens of jade slips at once and put them on the table, allowing the women to look at them one by one. The women took these jade slips and examined them for a long time, but they were unable to effectively string all the clues together. "Husband, is there any mystery in it?" Shi Wushuang thought that she was peerless, so she immediately asked. She was quite familiar with the word husband. Yang Chen sighed in his heart and looked at the other 6 women. Tao Junki and the 5 Morong sisters were also waiting for Yang Chen's answer. Yang Chen picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then he said, "These literati and poets have recorded it. It's not very useful. It's just used to support some things." "Why is that?" "Husband." Shi Wushuang still did not understand. "Logically speaking, they are the people who have something to say." The other women also nodded. "Don't talk about strange things. These guys never believe in certain things." Yang Chen shook his head and said disdainfully, "Moreover, sometimes the things that scholars write down are not necessarily true." The women all agreed on this point, and Tao Junki turned to ask doubtfully, "Husband, are those legends the main point?" Tao Junki also added husband in almost every sentence, as if she was afraid that Yang Chen would renege on his words. "That's right," Yang Chen replied with certainty. "Those legends are the real main point. Because they are legends. When some people record them, they will not consciously change them, so we can see the original appearance. The things that scholars left behind have already been changed by themselves or others countless times." Chapter 1225. The 5 Morong sisters had been listening and studying the jade slips. There seemed to be a tacit understanding among the 5 sisters. When everyone was thinking about a problem at the same time, they would come to the same conclusion. Husband, according to these legends, a peach pit fell from the sky a long time ago and turned into a small mountain. Then it was closed by 2 gates. What does that mean? One of the Morong sisters asked. It might be the location of that small mountain. There are 2 peaks or cliffs that look like gates in front. Yang Chen answered immediately. The fishermen couldn't find it after eating it. Maybe there was a maze and it was sent out of the formation. Another of the Morong sisters said, "There are peach blossoms everywhere. Maybe it's a simple peach blossom maze." "That's right," Yang Chen said with a smile. "That makes sense." "What else?" "Monkeys ate it before. Could it be that the place is where monkeys live? Or maybe it's not far away." Shi Wushuang also joined in the analysis. "This counts as one." Yang Chen nodded again. "There are many peach trees. Otherwise, there wouldn't be scholars frequenting it." Tao Junki didn't want to be left behind and joined in. "Yes, it's rich in peaches, and the peach forest is vast." Yang Chen nodded as well and gave Tao Junki a confirmation. With that, the women talked one after another and went through almost all the things in the folklore and came to some conclusions. If there really was such an immortal peach, it should be in a place rich in peaches. In addition, there should be monkeys. In addition, there were 2 door-like mountains and maze. It seemed that it wouldn't be difficult to find such a place. Actually, there's one thing that you haven't noticed. It's the words of the people recorded in the legends. Yang Chen added a little more. In almost 3 legends, there are mountain people who have used a G tone when answering. This is a common rural colloquialism in the southwest of Bazhou. When Yang Chen said that, the women instantly became excited. If they could even confirm the location, wouldn't it be easy? "It's not that easy, but let's go and take a look." Yang Chen stood up and then informed the servants to tell Gao Yu and the head of the palace. Then he rolled the 7 girls into the shuttle and quickly left Chunyang Palace. He had heard in the past that Yang Chen liked to read a lot of miscellaneous books, but he didn't think much of it. The 7 girls finally understood that Yang Chen had read a lot of miscellaneous books. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to find so many jade slips that recorded the same thing. However, no one had any confidence in obtaining this kind of information from folklore. But since Yang Chen was interested, they would accompany Yang Chen for a walk. It would also be good for cultivating their relationship. The speed was very fast, but even so, it would take a few months to get to Bazhou. The world was so big that it was by no means a simple matter of a few back and forth. During the journey, everyone was a cultivator, so they were not lonely. In particular, they all wanted to leave a good impression on Yang Chen. Naturally, they took out their own things to please Yang Chen. Tao Junkie even took out a few Taishaman's cultivation experiences of fire cultivation masters for Yang Chen to refer to, which made Yang Chen very surprised. At this point, Tao Junkie seemed to be a bit deceiving her master. The sect master agreed. Tao Junkie didn't explain much. Just this one sentence was enough. It could be seen that the Taishaman had attached great importance to Yang Chen to a certain extent. The Murong sisters took care of all the living matters of Yang Chen. It could almost be said that Yang Chen only needed to speak, and the Murong sisters would take care of everything else. Shi Wushuang was smart. Among the 7 girls, her cultivation was the lowest. Shi Wushuang was smart. Among the 7 women, her cultivation was the lowest. Although she was also at the peak of the nascent soul realm, the others were all at the great vehicle realm. In front of Yang Chen, Shi Wushuang also put away her pride as a fairy Qing Mu, and very modestly asked Yang Chen for advice on cultivation. She knew how much Sun Qingxue, that little girl, had gained from Yang Chen. For this kind of consultation, Yang Chen naturally said everything he knew. Several things that Shi Wushuang had been puzzled about, Yang Chen was able to understand it. Even the wood attribute of the Murong sisters listened with relish. In this matter, Shi Wushuang took the lead and first left an impression on Yang Chen that she still needed Yang Chen's care. Unlike Tao Junkie and the Murong sisters, they were all in the Disheng stage. Naturally, they were embarrassed to let Yang Chen, who was in the middle Yuanying stage, take care of them. Understanding this, Tao Junkie and the Murong sisters were all secretly cursing the little fox in their hearts. She didn't look at herself. She was also in the peak Yuanying stage, 2 small realms higher than Yang Chen's cultivation base, but she still had the nerve to do this. Soon, the girls arrived in Baz Ho in such an atmosphere. Yang Chen's shuttle flew along the southwest direction and not far away. Everyone saw a peach forest. The peach forest was almost distributed for thousands of miles. The shuttle flew a few laps, and no one found anything like a gate. "Husband, did you not find the right place?" Shi Wushuang asked carefully. Yang Chen shook his head and suddenly found something. He flew in a certain direction, and then his body flashed and a person disappeared from the shuttle. On a mountain road that was not very smooth, an old woman was struggling to carry a basket of peaches down the mountain. Yang Chen's figure appeared not far in front of the old woman. "Grandma, how does this peach taste?" Yang Chen's voice passed to the old woman's ears, and the old woman found that Yang Chen had raised his head. "It tastes very sweet, soft and big. This old woman has been eating it for decades." Seeing that it was a rich man, the old woman put on a smile on her face and opened her mouth, which had lost half of her teeth, and replied, "This frame of peaches, can you sell it to me?" Yang Chen had a lot of copper coins in his hand and handed them over. Okay. Of course, the old woman was happy. She put the peaches on her back and the basket in front of Yang Chen, and then picked up Yang Chen's copper coins. She was so happy that her mouth was about to crack. As a mountain person, she had never seen so many copper coins. "Grandma, how old are you? How old are you?" Yang Chen asked again. "This old woman is only 96 this year." The old woman replied happily, "Not old, not old." Watching the old woman go away, Yang Chen's figure disappeared with a basket of peaches and reappeared in the shuttle. The scene just now was seen by the women in the shuttle, but they didn't know Yang Chen's intention. "Come on, fresh peaches, try and see how they taste." Yang Chen was very happy and put a basket of peaches in the middle of the women, indicating that they had a taste. Chapter 12:26. The group of fairies didn't understand what Yang Chen meant. Weren't they here to look for immortal peaches? How did it become about eating peaches? However, they couldn't go against Yang Chen's good intentions, so they could only each pick a peach that looked pleasing to the eye and hold it in their hands. Yang Chen casually took one out of the basket himself. The fire in his hand flashed slightly, and the girls saw that the fine hairs on the surface of the peach directly disappeared. Subsequently, Yang Chen didn't care whether his table manners were elegant or not. He picked up the peach and took a big bite, eating until the juice dripped. "And the taste isn't bad, try it." Yang Chen ate while persuading the 7 fairies. Everyone looked at each other, and it seemed that they had to eat. Although the peaches in the wilderness weren't necessarily very delicious, one good thing was that they weren't dirty. Everyone imitated Yang Chen and used their own methods to clean the hairs on the surface of the peach. Shi Wushuang was of the wood attribute, and the peach just happened to be of the same attribute. With a little spiritual power, those hairs gathered together. Then Shi Xianzi stretched out her slender fingers and gently pinched that handful of hairs. Then she opened her cherry mouth and bit it with her jade teeth. Tao, Junkie, and the Morong sisters, the one with the fire attribute, both used the same method, just like Yang Chen. However, it looked simple just now, but when they used it, they discovered that it wasn't that easy. Although the flames were also very small, they only followed the surface of the peach and didn't let go of the small ravine. While burning off the hairs, they didn't hurt the peach, which was not so easy. The 2 girls looked casual on the surface, but in fact, they carefully controlled the flames to burn off the hairs bit by bit. However, their time was much slower than Yang Chen's. Presumably, Yang Chen had just finished it with a shake of his hand, but they had spent at least 5 times the effort. Although this method was already an extreme display of fire control in anyone's eyes, it was very obvious that in terms of this, the gap between them and Yang Chen wasn't small. The other Morong sisters also used their own methods, and everyone easily completed the cleaning. They were all masters of the Deshang stage. Such a small thing was nothing to them. Everyone elegantly and beautifully took the first bite. After carefully chewing twice in their mouths, 7 pairs of beautiful eyes couldn't help but shine with a unique brilliance. Everyone saw the glint in each other's eyes and couldn't help but take another bite. After chewing a few times, they confirmed whether their senses were wrong. That's right, this peach was indeed delicious. It was sweet, soft, and juicy. It was a rare good peach. But this was not enough to surprise the 6 Deshang stage masters and a peak Yuanying stage master. What surprised them was that there was a unique power in this peach, which belonged to the category of spiritual power, but it was very light. If they didn't reach their level, they couldn't find this at all. More importantly, this little bit of spiritual energy seemed to be able to replenish the source. Although it was only an extremely weak trace, it could indeed be replenished. The old lady, just now 96 years old, carrying a basket of peaches that weighed dozens of pounds, and walking on this mountain road like walking on the flat ground. What does this mean? Yang Chen's voice came at the right time. When the fairies tasted 2 mouthfuls of peaches in a reserved and elegant manner, he had already finished the one just now and took another one from the basket, as if he hadn't eaten enough. "Husband, I'll do it." Shi Wushuang was the closest, but she was quick to react. She grabbed the peach from Yang Chen's hand and then quickly washed off the fluff. She didn't know where she got a jade plate from. She quickly used a jade knife to cut the peach into a few beautiful pieces and then placed it on the table beside Yang Chen's hand. A set of exquisite, small jade forks for picky fruits and another exquisite, small jade plate were placed beside Yang Chen's hand. Then Shi Wushuang picked up the jade fork, forked a piece, and personally sent it to Yang Chen's mouth. She said in a sweet voice, "Husband, please eat." Yang Chen swallowed the peach in one bite, chewed it a few times, and then asked with a smile, "Was what I just ate very unsightly?" "Husband is a man, don't worry about it," Shi Wushuang said with a smile. "It's just that I heard my sister say before that husband likes the best of everything, especially when it comes to eating. You can't get tired of eating fine. So of course, I have to prepare the best for husband. Of course, as long as husband is open, you can eat whatever you want." As she said this, she had already prepared it for Yang Chen. Obviously, in Shi Wushuang's heart, She really thought the same as Yang Qin. It was definitely unsightly to eat the juices dripping. However, Shi Wuxuang was a smart person. She would not criticize Yang Qin to his face. Instead, she used another method. She personally helped Yang Chen cut the peach, put down the tableware, and even personally sent it to his mouth. Yang Chen could not refuse her good intentions, so he could only follow her wishes. Didn't that bite just now make people feel comfortable to chew and swallow it slowly? Coupled with the last part and Gao Yu's intention, then Yang Chen would definitely be willing to accept her arrangements. After doing this many times, Yang Chen would also get used to listening to Shi Wuxuang's arrangements. It tastes good, but Sister Wuxuang, using the jade knife will still make the peach stained with some metal qi. Why don't you use your natal flying sword to cut it? Wouldn't it taste better? Yang Chen seemed to be very picky and directly made a higher request. Natal flying sword. Shi Wuxuang did not expect that Yang Chen would actually make such a request. He actually did not respect her and wanted her to use her natal flying sword to cut the fruit. What kind of weirdo would come up with such a method? Was she so cheap in Yang Chen's eyes? Shi Wuxuang suddenly began to feel sorry for herself, but Yang Chen calmly stared at Shi Wuxuang. The other fairies next to them obviously did not expect Yang Chen to say this. For a moment, no one knew what to say. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. No matter how good the natal flying sword is, isn't it still for use? Yang Chen suddenly said with a smile, "You are not willing to use it to cut this delicious fruit. Are you willing to use it to cut the disgusting flesh of your enemies? Maybe it is stained with highly toxic filth or something. Don't you feel bad?" As soon as these words came out, Shi Wuxuang suddenly thought of something in her mind. There was something shining in front of her, but it was always in a place where she could not reach out, but it seemed to be within reach. Things are things. No matter how natal it is not your own life. Yang Qin continued, "Use it when you need to use it. What's the use of always refining it? A treasured sword's edge is sharpened. It's not something that can't be used." Chapter 1227. Shi Wuxuang finally understood what she thought of. Yang Chen's words directly reminded her of the key point. For a long time, Shi Wuxuang was a person with a slight obsession with cleanliness. This was not how annoying it was, as long as it was not to the point of going too far. On the contrary, no matter when she cleaned herself up, a beautiful woman would always be liked. But this character also made Shi Wuxuang cherish her own life flying sword very much. Except for life and death battles, she rarely used it. This life flying sword was tailor-made by Shi Wuxuang's master. Shi Wuxuang cherished her life and would not use it for ordinary cultivation. How could she use the flying sword to do such things as cutting fruits? On the contrary, this somewhat limited Shi Wuxuang's cultivation, letting her stay at the peak of the Yuanying stage, unable to break this bottleneck and cross the tribulation. Shi Wuxuang was also a famous fairy in Yang Chen's previous life. Her life. Even if Yang Chen did not deliberately understand, those who secretly admired her in their hearts would talk endlessly to Yang Chen. Yang Chen was very clear about her difficulties in cultivation. With a little poke, he pointed out the point. "I understand. Thank you, husband." After Shi Wuxuang woke up, without saying anything, she directly took the jade plate to the side and took out another peach from the basket. After washing the fluff, the flying sword appeared and easily cut it again and placed it in front of Yang Chen. "Go. We will watch the ceremony here." Yang Chen gently gestured to the outside and motioned Shi Wuxuang to go outside. In the process of calmly cutting the peach for Yang Chen, the tribulation cloud had begun to condense, and the sky outside was dark. The shuttle had already stopped in a place where there was no one. In the eyes of Yang Chen and Tao, Junkie Morong sisters, Shi Wuxuang flew out of the shuttle alone, suspended in the air, and began to meet the fire tribulation that was about to come. They had long heard that the people around Yangchen would be enlightened by Yangchen from time to time. Before, the women didn't believe it. Yangchen himself had just entered the middle stage of the yuanying stage. Before that, his cultivation level must have been lower. How could he enlighten others? Only now did he discover that Yangchen was just a simple matter of cutting a peach, and he was able to let Shi Wushuang, who was at the peak of the yuanying stage, comprehend from it, thus breaking through the bottleneck and crossing the tribulation. The other women looked at Yangchen as if it was their first time meeting Yangchen. So strange, so mysterious. Except for Yangchen, everyone was a master of the Deshang stage, so there was no need to avoid it. The shuttle was wrapped in the sea jasper cup, so it would not have any impact on Shi Wushuang's tribulation. Everyone watched Shi Wushuang resist the Yin fire one after another at a close distance, and Yangchen was still doing something on the side. Oh, don't be surprised, such a good opportunity to collect some of the aura of the tribulation and use it to refine the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill. Yangchen didn't hide it from them. Anyway, it has long been announced that the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill could only be refined with the aura of the tribulation. At this time it was normal to collect it, collecting the aura of the tribulation. Although the women were curious, they didn't ask much. Soon, Shi Wushuang easily passed the Yin fire tribulation and became a master of the early Deshang stage. Thank you, husband. After returning to the shuttle, Shi Wushuang once again bowed and thanked him, but she used the posture of a concubine saluting the master. Although they now have Gao Yu's nod, after all, they have not yet married to Yangchen, and for the time being, they dare not be his wife. They can only use the etiquette of a concubine. You don't have to be so polite, Yangchen said casually. When the women heard it, they all thought that Yangchen felt that there was no need to be so polite to a family, and their hearts were all faintly happy. When the concubine was crossing the tribulation, it seems that the tribulation broke a formation below. Shi Wushuang then said, I don't know if it is the one we are looking for. Is there such a thing? Yangchen was surprised for a while. It seems that I really have a big blessing. I just found a place for you to cross the tribulation, and I can happen to come here. Let's go and see. The shuttle disappeared, and the figures of everyone appeared next to the formation that Shi Wushuang said was broken. Among them, the 5 Morong sisters were the ones who studied the formation the most, so naturally they were the ones to evaluate it. Maze, but the effect of this maze is not to cover up the things here. One of the 5 sisters said, after carefully exploring the ruins of the maze, she discussed it with her sisters and said, it should be in this direction. Without saying anything, she summoned the shuttle and rushed in that direction with the women. In less than 2 days, on the waterway of a large river, they saw 2 cliffs standing on the left and right, which looked like they were cut by knives and axes. They had been to this area before, but they had not seen these before. Obviously, the maze was cleverly hiding this part of the scene. The high cliffs, one on the left and one on the right, looked like 2 huge gates from the direction of Yangchen and the others. The river water circled there, but returned to the river. However, behind the 2 cliffs, there was a rising fog, and no one could see what was inside. 2 doors? Yangchen said to himself in a low voice. The girls behind him were once again shocked by the fact that the folklore had been confirmed. Go, Yangchen whispered, and the shuttle quickly rushed over the cliff and entered the fog. Although the fog was thick, it had no effect on Yangchen and the others. Soon, everyone saw the hill that should appear behind the 2 gates. On the hill, there was a dense peach forest, and there were thousands of them. The strange thing was that all the peach trees looked exactly the same. On each tree, there was only one huge peach, which was the size of a wash basin, and it looked very gratifying. Good luck! Looking at this scene, Yangchen's face suddenly showed a smile, looked around, and suddenly asked, You guys tell me, which one is the best peach to make up for the origin? The women had been like a dream, and they couldn't believe it at all. Yang Chen really relied on a few folk legends to verify each other and found such a legendary peach forest. If they hadn't followed Yang Chen all the way, they wouldn't have believed it at all. Was there anything more ridiculous and unbelievable than this? But in any case, Yang Chen did indeed find the place with everyone, and they also saw this unique peach tree that only produced one peach. But thinking about it carefully, how could such a treasure be found so easily by them? Those treasures that they had heard of before, which one of them was not found after a long time of fighting, and how many people died. The peach has a spirit, and each person can only choose one. Yang Chen's reminder came again. How do you know? Tao Junkie asked curiously. This was something that had never happened in legends. It is engraved on the stone tablet over there. Yang Chen pointed to a direction on the side, and everyone saw a simple stone tablet. Chapter 1228. The appearance of the stele was very simple, and it looked very majestic when it was carried on the back of Bien. There were a lot of patterns on it, and no one knew how long it had been there, but it did not look like it had experienced the vicissitudes of life. There were a few very old words on the stele, and it seemed that only Yang Chen could recognize them. The women didn't know any of them, but they knew that Yang Chen must know them. Otherwise, Yang Chen would not say that. Tao Junkie was even more clear that even the secret plan of the sect was interpreted by Yang Chen last time. This point, the Taishaman did not hide among their elders. Since it was recorded, so on the stele, it was obvious that the original owner had already made arrangements. All the women understood the importance of good fortune on the way of cultivation. Of course, this was also a test of their eyesight, so after a pause, they all looked at Yang Chen. Husband, which one do you choose? Morongji asked. Up to now, Yang Chen actually couldn't call out the names of the Morong sisters. There was no way around it. In his previous life, the Morong sisters were famous in the world as sisters, but not many people knew which one was called, and Yang Chen was no exception. Up to now, they had not been formally introduced. I chose there is no place for you. Yang Chen smiled and gave them such an answer. The 7 girls all understood that this was because Yang Chen was already sure, and letting them choose first was just to let them exercise their eyesight. No one said much. Everyone walked into the peach forest and began to release their spiritual awareness to explore one by one. However, there were thousands of peach trees and thousands of peaches. It was indeed a bit difficult to choose the best one out of thousands of peaches. Tao Junkie could be considered a hot-tempered person. Without saying a word, she rushed to the center, which was also the highest point. She picked the biggest peach tree and plucked the huge fruit from it. As soon as the peach was in her hand, Tao Junkie's figure seemed to disappear involuntarily, and no one knew where she went. The women were shocked and immediately understood why Yang Chen said that they could only choose one. It turned out that if they got it, it would be passed away. Even Tao Junkie, who had the highest cultivation base in the late Deshang stage, could not resist it. Legend has it that there was a fisherman who got lost in the peach forest. When he woke up, the peach forest was nowhere to be found. It was probably the same reason. No one could help them in this matter. Next was Shi Wushuang. She flew up into the air and saw the reddest peach. After choosing it, she also disappeared. On the other hand, the 5 Morong sisters discussed for a while. Everyone released their divine senses together. They didn't start with the peaches. Instead, they started to examine the peach tree. Finally, after looking around, he found 5 peach trees that were growing the best. He took a peach from each of them and disappeared from the spot. All of the women who had disappeared were now gathered in one place. Only Yang Chen did not appear. Everyone looked at the peach in their hands, and they didn't know if it was the best peach. They would wait for Yang Chen to come here, and then let him taste it. Although Yang Chen's cultivation base was the lowest in this regard, all the 7 fairies were willing to admit defeat. Not to mention that Yang Chen only used some folk legends to find such a magical place. It was estimated that no one dared to say that Yang Chen was better than him in identifying medicinal materials. A fifth-grade alchemist master had such confidence. The women were waiting for Yang Chen, but they did not know that Yang Chen did not choose any peach here, but went directly to the front of the stone tablet and began to observe it carefully. From the front to the back, Yang Chen looked at it several times, and then a smile appeared on his face. His spiritual awareness was completely released. Yang Chen immediately discovered that this hill was simply one, without the slightest stratification of stone and soil. This time, it increased Yang Chen's judgment. Collect! He made a simple hand seal and cast it on the Bayan stele. Then the stele lit up, and the Bayan below seemed to have come to life and started running crazily. Yang Chen didn't care, just stood there and waited quietly. Soon, the Tao ran to a place and drilled into the ground with the stone tablet. Then the whole hill began to shake. Rumble! The mountain kept shaking, and all the peach trees began to drop their leaves and melt into the ground, using the branches and trunks. Soon, all the peach trees disappeared from the mountain. The small mountain finally revealed its true appearance. It was a huge peach tree. For some magical reason, all the branches and leaves were clumped together like a solid hill. Now all the branches and leaves began to stretch out, facing the sun, showing a vast expanse of green. The South Pole Immortal One's peach pit was thrown here by the old man's crane demon. After tens of thousands of years, it finally grew into a complete immortal peach tree. Then Yang Chen pretended to find the place from the hidden folklore, and then it fell into his hands. The huge immortal peach tree was transplanted into the medicine garden space by Yang Chen. Although the size of the immortal peach tree was already very terrifying, it was not a big problem for the medicine garden space. In Yang Chen's hand, there was a peach that was not too big, only the size of a human head. This was the fruit of this huge immortal peach tree. It looked inconspicuous, but the life essence contained in it made people salivate directly. As if your body can integrate with this immortal peach tree, I don't need to say more about the consequences. Work hard. Yang Chen said to the tool spirit Aju of the pure bottle medicine garden. In the past, Abai was integrated with the blood phantom vine and the demonized demon vine. Now it was obvious that Abai was stronger. With this immortal peach tree, Aju must be able to catch up. It depended on Aju's own efforts. Aju was in the space of the medicine garden. She seemed to be singing and dancing happily. Even Abai was happy for Aju. Following Yang Chen as her master, she had never suffered grievances. The space was constantly expanding, and all kinds of medicinal materials were desperately filling in. This was what a master with a lot of money should do. Not to mention that Aju and Abai were integrating with the immortal peach tree. Yang Chen's figure flickered with the immortal peach and came to the place where the 7 girls were sent. Even the entire body of the immortal peach tree was collected by Yang Chen, so the place of transmission was naturally very clear to Yang Chen. Seeing the appearance of Yang Chen, the eyes of the women unanimously looked at the peach in Yang Chen's hand. Why is it so small? The women were shocked. The peaches in their hands were all the size of a wash basin. Only the one in Yang Chen's hand was only the size of a human head. Compared to everyone's, it was obviously a lot smaller. Could it be that the smallest was the best? Husband, is this the best one? Shi Wu Shuang immediately asked on behalf of everyone. Chapter 1229. That's right, Yang Chen said with a smile. Hubby, but we didn't find such a small peach when we were looking for it. Tao Junkie asked immediately. This peach is hidden behind that stone tablet and can't be detected with divine senses. Yang Chen used this to explain why they couldn't find it. It was actually behind the stone tablet. It should be right. At this time, everyone looked at the big peach in their hands again. It was as dazzling as it could be, and they couldn't help but want to throw it away. Don't waste it. Yang Chen hurriedly stopped them. This is your own opportunity. Don't waste it. It's better to eat it. Yang Chen's words were basically authoritative now. The women didn't hesitate to deal with it a little and put the peach into their mouths. The big peach tasted extremely sweet and seemed to melt in mouth. With a small bite, the flesh inside seemed to turn into a sweet juice and flowed into the women's mouths. A powerful surge of spiritual energy directly replenished the bodies of the women. This surge of spiritual energy was continuous and surging, as if a spiritual vein had entered their bodies. Most importantly, this spiritual power actually had no attribute. It would automatically be affected by the cultivation technique of whoever it came into contact with. What surprised the women the most was that the speed at which this spiritual power was released was exactly the fastest speed they could absorb and refine at present. It was neither fast nor slow, it was just right. No wonder it was an immortal peach. It was indeed powerful. This peach can supply you with spiritual power for 10 years, Yang Chen explained with a smile. You chose it yourself. This is your opportunity this time. Hubby, can your source also make up for it? Shi Wushuang looked at Yang Chen worriedly. The women recovered from the surprise. They didn't know if Yang Chen's source could make up for it. It seemed a little excessive for them to be so happy. No problem. I still need to refine it for half a year at most. With that said, Yang Chen put away the immortal peach and sent it into the medicine-nourishing gourd. That real immortal peach was no different from the one in the South Pole immortal one's hand, apart from the heat. It could completely increase a cultivator's lifespan. Just this one pill was enough to increase a person's lifespan by tens of thousands of years. Yang Chen could not bear to use it alone. Once he gathered the pure true fire, he would use it to refine the prolonging life pill. This was clearly the best method. Of course, if a Zhu could absorb and refine that immortal peach tree, she would be able to continuously grow immortal peaches in the future. At that time, Yang Chen would be the target that countless people would want to attach themselves to. No one realized that the small mountain had disappeared. They were now thousands of miles away from where they were. Even if someone came to look for it in the future, they wouldn't be able to find any trace of it. During this trip to find the immortal peaches, the 7 fairies no longer doubted Yang Chen's ability to find rare treasures. They no longer thought that the reason why Yang Chen could obtain these treasures was because of the guidance of a senior expert or the records of a senior. It was a good record, but no one would have thought that Yang Chen could find such useful things in the miscellaneous books that he had always liked to read. In the past, there were people who learned to read miscellaneous books like Yang Chen, but they gave up after a period of time. It was useless. Now that they thought about it, they didn't learn the real skills of Yang Chen in reading books at all. Yang Chen still underestimated his appeal. On the way back, he was still besieged by people. The compasses that flowed out from the hands of the Taishamen were now very rare outside, but there were still some. These people had used these compasses to kill their way over. This time, Yang Chen did not make a move. It was the fairy junkie, the fairy Qingmu, and the fairy Morong sisters who did it. The 7 fairies of the Deshang stage, at this moment, faced with these people who had crooked thoughts about Yang Chen. Everyone had no intention of holding back. On weekdays, the people of the 3 major sects were rampaging. When would they think about what would happen if their sects were implicated like Yang Chen? When they met, they would be killers, extremely ruthless. Especially the fairy Qingmu, who had just been promoted to the Deshang stage and needed someone to help her consolidate her cultivation base. She was even more ruthless. The only 2 masters of the Deshang stage on the other side were surrounded by the 5 Morong sisters, and the formation was unfolded. There was no possibility of escape. They could only fight desperately, but in front of the formation of the 5 masters, they could only die. In just a few short exchanges, no one was able to leave alive. The 7 girls excitedly took the seized Qingkuan bag and came to Yang Chen to ask for his favor. The medicinal materials and pill recipes belong to me. The rest are for you to see. Yang Chen was not polite. As long as it was something he was interested in, he later added, "If there is a high-grade fire seed, keep it." The women agreed in unison. then began to sort and began to divide the booty happily, with their identity and the sect they came from. It was estimated that they had fewer opportunities to encounter this kind of unreasonable robbery. Everyone was in high spirits. Yang Chen got what he wanted, but there was nothing particularly good. There were only some relatively ordinary pill recipes and a few high-grade medicinal materials that might be precious to the masters of the Deshang stage, but could be discarded by Yang Chen. The rest were a large number of ordinary medicinal materials, but Yang Chen still accepted them. Husband, when you went out before, did you always encounter such a situation? Fairy Junkie asked in a low voice. The other women also pricked up their ears, waiting for Yang Chen to answer. Almost since I had the questioning inner heart pill, it has been like this. Yang Chen also said helplessly. Later, after I sold the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill, it got better. However, it didn't last long. There were many people who wanted to know how I became a 5th-grade alchemist master, so there were more people chasing me. All the women were silent. In fact, even if they were close to Yang Chen, wasn't it for this reason? Of course, their main purpose was to establish a good relationship with Yang Chen. Relatively speaking, they didn't have to be so against their will. Husband, is there no way to solve it? One of the Morong sisters asked seemingly innocently. Yes, as long as I also publish the method to become a 5th-grade alchemist master, it will be fine. Yang Chen replied casually, and suddenly a brilliant idea flashed in his mind. Yes, I just need to sell the method to become a 5th-grade alchemist master, right? I can also make a lot of money. Husband. Shi Wushuang was a little shocked. Yang Chen actually wanted to sell this. How could it not shock everyone? Do you really want to do this? Of course. The more Yang Chen thought about it, the more he felt that it was a good idea. He simply said to the women, It just so happens that you can also use your sect to help me publicize it. Just say that I will sell the method to become a 5th-grade alchemist master in 5 years. If the sect is interested and can pay enough price, each sect can send 3 people to Chunyang Palace to listen to my explanation. Chapter 1230. The women were almost shocked. No one thought that Yang Chen was actually serious and really wanted to tell the secrets of the 5th-grade alchemist master to outsiders. However, this was still a little unimaginable. It was a little too unbelievable. Of course, you can also be present. Given our relationship, you will not be charged. However, your sect share is indispensable. Yang Chen also expressed enough sincerity to the fairies around him, giving them an immortal peach spiritual vein, plus the latter one. It could be said that he was extremely benevolent. What kind of price do you want? Tao Junkie finally couldn't help but ask. Speaking of which sect did not covet the secret of Yang Chen's 5th-grade alchemist master? It was just that they couldn't do it because of some face. Now that Yang Chen took the initiative to take it out, the sect only needed to pay some price. It was too simple. I sell 2 kinds of 7th-grade fire seeds for a pill recipe. This is the secret of becoming a 5th-grade alchemist master. I want 10 kinds of 7th-grade fire seeds, or something of equal value. Is it a rip-off? Yang Chen groaned and directly raised his price to this basis. The 7th-grade fire seeds, Yang Chen, would not be too few. It was best if someone could find pure Yin True Fire, so that Yang Chen's longevity pill in the future would be hopeful. The women shook their heads in unison. If it was really just 10 kinds of 7th-grade fire seeds, or something of equal value, this was not a rip-off. It was simply a discount. 5th-grade alchemist master. There was no 5th-grade alchemist master in the mortal world except for Yang Chen. No matter how high the price was, the big sect would be happy. The price of the sect was naturally negotiated by the sect. Presumably, the palace master who had a tacit understanding with Yang Chen would not easily agree. He would definitely take the opportunity to collect a lot of chips. Yang Chen was not worried about this. No matter what sect it is, Tao sect, monster race, devil sect, as long as they come up with 10 kinds of 7th grade fire seeds, or something of equal value, I will allow 3 people from their sect to participate. Yang Chen reiterated again that if he wanted to earn, he would earn enough to avoid any future troubles in the future. This was also a hope to use the mouths of the 3 women to spread this matter further. In addition, it was to use the power of the 3 sect to let some people who eliminate demons and defend the Tao not obstruct at some time. If there was one less, if Yang Chen was not happy, he would hide a little, and everyone would lose everything. No one would want such a result. If the Pill Cauldron sect is also interested, then in addition to Senior Deng, 3 more people can come. Senior Deng does not need to be limited to 3 places. After thinking about it, Yang Chen added a little more. This time, all the women remembered it clearly. After confirming that Yang Chen had no other intentions, they left Yang Chen one after another and hurried back to the sect to report this important news to the sect first. Yang Chen had not yet returned to Chunying Palace, and the cultivators in the entire mortal world were already boiling. Master Yang Chen was willing to disclose the cultivation secret of the 5th grade alchemist master to everyone. What a shocking news it was! It almost spread all over the world with the momentum of a single spark. Everyone who heard the news couldn't believe it. How could this be possible? How could the secret of the 5th grade alchemist master be announced casually? Of course, everyone quickly realized that it wasn't something that could be casually announced. If you want to know, you have to pay a sufficient price. The price was 10 kinds of 7th grade fire seeds, or items of equal value. The specific value of the items was decided by several old courtiers in Wanbao Tower. Countless people began to move their minds, and the big sect had begun to prepare, just waiting for the arrival of that day. Countless rogue cultivators scratched their ears and cheeks, thinking about how to collect this sky-high admission fee at that time. In short, there was no quiet place. Do you really want to do this? The first sentence of the palace master when he saw Yang Chen was this sentence. Yes, palace master. Yang Chen nodded, and then followed the palace master back to the council hall. Several core elders were there, waiting for Yang Chen. After Yang Chen greeted them one by one, Wang Yong asked Yang Chen, if it is really announced, you will have no advantage here. Have you thought about it? There is no advantage, master ancestor. In the face of Wang Yong, Yang Chen was still very respectful. It's just that there will be fewer boring battles. It saves time and effort, and you can also make a lot of money. Why not? If someone follows your method and becomes a 5th grade alchemist master, what should we do? Zhu Qintao was concerned about this, but in fact, he himself had long been itching to know the secret of Yang Chen's refining of medicinal pills. A 5th grade alchemist master can't be refined just by saying it. Yang Chen smiled slightly. The pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill has not been sold. Now, apart from the disciples, who else can refine it? As soon as they heard Yang Chen's words, everyone suddenly realized that this must be Yang Chen's method. Not everyone could do it, so Yang Chen was so relaxed. Speaking of it, Chunying Palace had already made countless money from Yang Chen, and this time it was estimated that it would be no exception. If that's the case, then you can save your energy and wait for the time to guide others. The smile on the face of the palace master was like a fox spirit who was laughing, and his eyes were almost narrowed into a seam. This was a good opportunity to make money and earn fame. If Chunying Palace did not seize the opportunity, wouldn't it seem that the palace master was too incompetent? In Taishanmen, Tao Junkie reported Yang Chen's words, and this trip to Sect Master Li and a group of core executives. Did he really say that? Sect Master Li couldn't believe his ears at first. After getting an affirmative answer from Tao Junkie, he closed his eyes and pondered. I have wronged you. Junkie. It was another core elder. Because of a few disobedient guys, I have wronged you. Being able to do something for the sect, Junkie is not wronged. Tao Junkie bowed her head slightly and only said such a sentence and no more. If she did feel a little wrong before, then after going out this time, it seemed that there was no such feeling. Wu Shuang, when did you cross the tribulation? Sure, Wu Shuang's master, when he saw that his proud disciple had become a master of the Deshang stage after going out and coming back, was surprised for a while, and then thought of Sure Wu Shuang's task. It must be that his disciple felt depressed, so he became angry, which led to a great improvement in his cultivation base. I have wronged you, Wu Shuang. Sure Wu Shuang's master pulled her beloved disciple into her embrace. She was on the verge of tears. Her own genius disciple had to suffer such grievances and become someone else's slave. How could she be willing to accept this? He is very good to the disciple. Sure Wu Shuang just said such a sentence, but suddenly missed the time when she called Yang Qin as her husband. Chapter 1231. The Five Elements sect welcomed the return of their own talented fifth disciple, which was naturally a happy thing. Really? He agreed to disclose the cultivation method of the fifth grade alchemist master? The sect master of the Five Elements sect couldn't believe his ears, but the five women were obviously not joking with him and nodded solemnly. After the sect master confirmed that he had heard it correctly, his eyes turned complicated. He looked at the five Murong sisters, and before he could speak, the eldest of the five sisters had already taken the initiative to say, Sect Master, we are willing to do it ourselves. Sect Master doesn't have to be embarrassed. You have made a great contribution. Go to the secret pavilion of the sect and see what is suitable for you. Each of you can choose one. The sect master didn't say much. He directly put forward the reward, and then looked at the disappearing back of the five women and was silent for a long time. The world of cultivators was really lively this time. There had never been such a situation. The cultivation secret of this high-level alchemist master, no matter who it was in the hands of, no matter which sect it was in, it was something that wanted to be encrypted and preserved in layers. No one would ever think of opening it up. Although it was only a limited opening, and one must have enough wealth to have the opportunity to participate. After all, that was the cultivation method of the fifth grade alchemist master. Who would be stupid enough to unconditionally disclose it? If this kind of thing was changed to them, they would not do it. In the past, they could only get the method by killing people and exterminating their families. Now they only needed to pay some external things. Who wouldn't be willing to do this kind of thing? Even the powerful Taishamen were happy to buy it, rather than forcibly seize it. There was no way Hu Qianni had done this before. What was the result? It was better to wait for these years for Yang Qin to make it public. Losing a Deshang stage elder for nothing, even the Taishamen would be distressed. This was not counting the loss of a group of great elders and masters who had been targeted at Yang Qin and Chunyang Palace. If the group that disappeared from the demon continent was added, it would definitely make the Taishamen feel distressed to death. Not to mention anything else, the two great elders were definitely 10,000 times more valuable than 10 kinds of 7th grade fire seeds. It was too late to say anything now. Since Yang Qin had already released this information, no one could monopolize this secret. Even if a certain sect wanted to, once they dared to make a move, they would definitely be led by the combined forces of the 5 great sects. No one would use this kind of brain. It was better to just collect money honestly. Wuji Demon School was located in the distant evil cult's territory. Is that true? As the sect master, Yi Jinxiong couldn't suppress the shock in his heart and stood up immediately. It has already been spread all over the world. There is absolutely no falsehood. The disciples who received the news almost dared to guarantee it with their lives. Get ready right away. We'll go to Chunyang Palace then. Yi Jinxiong ordered, but in his heart he was also thinking that it was time to visit his son on the way. The things that he had treasured for a long time could finally be used by him. In Yin Yang Demon School, the same scene was happening, but Lady Fanghua, who was already in the middle Deshang stage and was close to the late stage, was already a member of the core members. The last time they organized to kill Yang Qin, the Yin Yang Demon sect, lost a large number of good people. Fortunately, Madame Fanghua, no matter what, has reached the realm of perfection and became a big flag that could hold up the signboard. Hearing that Yang Chen had made such a decision, countless people were shocked. The strong yearning in Lady Fanghua's heart seemed to be unbearable, and she was eager to see her lover and enjoy the love of her lover. There was still more than a year before the day that Yang Chen said, and countless people had begun to gather in Meiqing Mountain. Even if there was no chance to see the scene announced by Yang Chen, it was also good to see the big figures in the cultivation world. Maybe there would be their own opportunities. Countless people held such thoughts and gathered on the side of Meiqing Mountain, which directly drove the popularity of Meiqing Mountain to burst. Originally, there were a lot of open spaces in Meiqing Mountain, but in order to accommodate these people, houses had to be built on those open spaces. The entire Meiqing Mountain, from the outermost mountain gate to the core hall, was almost completely connected. Yang Chen rested his head on Gao Yu's thigh, enjoying the feeling of Gao Yu peeling the 1,000-year-old profound yang fruit one by one with her slender fingers and then feeding him. From time to time, Gao Yu took a sip of wine with her cherry mouth, which was very comfortable. "What's the benefit of doing it this time?" Gao Yu asked while serving this disciple who was supposed to serve her. "The benefits are great," Yang Chen replied without hesitation. "At least there are resources worth hundreds of kinds of 7th-grade fire seeds. It would be better if there is a 7th-grade fire seed I want. If it's just this, it's not worth it for you to do this, right?" Gao Yu was unmoved. The resources sounded a lot, but it was not 1% of the original spiritual solution in Yang Chen's hands. "The key is that there will be less trouble in the future," Yang Chen continued to explain. "With this, those people will not try to do anything to us again." "This is barely one. What else?" Gao Yu gave Yang Chen a sip of wine and was taken advantage of by Yang Chen for a while. Then she pushed his head away and patted Yang Chen. "Be honest. There is also a big pit for the Taishamen. We need to wait quietly for them to jump into the pit. We can't let them be more vigilant." Yang Chen didn't hide anything from Gao Yu and said his thoughts. It seems that he guessed what Gao Yu was going to ask next. Yang Chen shook his head directly. "Master, you don't have to know what kind of big pit it is. You just need to know that this time maybe we can destroy the Taishamen. This kind of burden. It is better for the disciple to bear it alone. Master, you just have to remember at all times that you have me behind you." Gao Yu carefully looked down at Yang Chen's face. After looking at it for a while, she didn't say anything more. She just took a sip of wine, then took the initiative to hug Yang Chen's head, kissed Yang Chen's lips, and went over. Yang Chen also turned over, picked up his master horizontally, and walked to the bedroom. Along the way, the two's lips and tongues were not separated, and they were always lingering. The days finally came, and the really important guests began to arrive at Chunying Palace. The head of the palace and the Foreign Affairs Hall were busy. They had been entertaining and arranging the guests to come to the door, and there was almost no free time. The disciples of Chunying Palace were also like a festival, all dressed up, stood from the mountain gate to the main hall, and welcomed the guests into Chunying Palace again and again. Finally, after the confirmation of the head of the palace, this time there were 17 sects that could listen to Yang Chen's open cultivation secrets. 6 Dao sects, 5 monster clans, 6 demon sects, and 6 rogue cultivators alliances. They had gathered enough money to be able to attend. In addition, there were 2 ancient families that also got the opportunity. Everything was waiting for Yang Chen to announce. Chapter 1232. In this world, it was not known how many people were looking forward to Yang Chen being able to disclose the secret of his 5th-grade alchemist master to the public, and even did not hesitate to think of various ways to kill people for this, just to be able to do this. But when Yang Chen really wanted to announce these secrets, countless people were still dumbfounded. The price of 10 7th-grade fire seeds was not something that anyone could easily come up with. Only those big sects with rich heritage could easily take it out without any impact. Watching these representatives of the big sect who had already paid the price enter the soundproof array that had already been arranged, the people outside did not know how greedy they were. If these secrets could be kept by themselves, how good would that be? At this time, if anyone dared to make trouble in this matter, they would not only offend the 5 major sects of the Central Plains Dao sects, but also the demon sects and the monster race. In fact, even these sects who were qualified were very surprised. They never thought that Yang Chen would be willing to disclose the secret of the 5th grade alchemist master at this time. As soon as they heard the news, all the sect almost went all out to raise funds to catch up with this event. Fortunately, Yang Chen said at the beginning that it would be 5 years later. These 5 years were enough for the news to spread far and wide, and enough for some people to collect enough chips. In addition to the 3 representatives of each sect who entered this area, Senior Deng Ya of Danding sect was specially invited by Yang Chen. Of course, the representative of Danding sect was counted separately. In addition, Fairy Jun Qi, Fairy Qingmu, and the 5 Murong sisters were all present, plus the palace master and several elders of Chuning Palace. There was no one else. Basically, among the 3 representatives who came, at least 2 of them were alchemy masters. This was originally the secret of the alchemist master. The real alchemy masters were not on the scene. Even if other people listened to it and relate it, they might not be able to let the people who listen to them completely master it. Therefore, it was best for the alchemist master to come in person. The other one was basically a disciple of the sect master. This area was also created by Gong Sunling using the Mountain River geographical map. It was an independent space with no other people. Here, there was no need to worry about anyone eavesdropping, and it was absolutely safe. The head of the palace welcomed everyone on behalf of the Chunyang Palace. Without saying much, he announced the start of the meeting. Yang Chen appeared in front of everyone. Everyone had been waiting anxiously for a long time. These seniors and experts all seemed to be a little distracted. Just now, Palace Master Zhang Jiao didn't say a few more words. If he delayed for a while, he might be thrown off the stage by these people. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Yang Chen stepped forward and didn't waste any time. He bowed to the people around him as a form of thanks. In fact, why do I have to make this decision? I think everyone knows it. Yang Chen did not tell the real secret at the beginning, but said such a sentence. When these words came out, many people's faces were somewhat uncomfortable. Yang Chen's move. Everyone understood that some people and the sect, for the secret, would do anything to prevent it. Yang Chen definitely didn't want this situation to happen again, so he made such a decision. However, the uncomfortable expression was only a flash. If they could really get the secret of the 5th grade alchemist master, even if the price was high, it was worth it. Today, a small loss of face was made, but the benefits were really in their hands. Although the price tag was indeed high, it was worth it. For Yang Chen's move, there were also many people who secretly admired it. The secret of the 5th grade alchemist master was not necessarily suitable for everyone. But with this trick, they got huge benefits, and the secret was distributed to so many sects. In the future, even if someone wanted to calculate, it would not only target Chunyang Palace. Indirectly, it could also be regarded as a lot of disasters for Chunyang Palace. Before I start, I still have to say some ugly words first. Yang Chen didn't care about the thoughts of many people present. Even if you know some secrets, it doesn't mean that anyone can become a 5th grade alchemist master. I hope all the seniors know this. If you don't think it's worth it, it's not too late to leave now. This was a promise. If someone wanted to settle accounts in the future, Yang Chen wouldn't easily agree. Of course, I also swear by my heart demon that the method I told the seniors is definitely the way to become a 5th grade alchemist master. Please rest assured about this. In order to reassure everyone, Yang Chen made a heart demon oath first. Just now, some people still wanted to say something. Now that they heard Yang Chen's heart demon oath, they no longer hesitated and sat down firmly. At this time, not to mention letting them leave, Even if they were driven away, they wouldn't be able to leave. The fifth-grade alchemist master was not a child's play. There were a lot of them. Just like in this world, there were many people who could transcend the tribulation and ascend in the most normal way. But there were still the vast majority who could not reach such a height. Therefore, this couldn't be said to be a mistake in the method, but the limited qualifications of the individual. The same was true for the fifth-grade alchemist master. Yang Qin could be called a fifth-grade alchemist master according to this method, but it was not necessarily the case for others. At this point, everyone basically knew it, especially Yang Qin, who took the trouble to say the ugly words first, plus the heart demon oath. It was more reassuring. This was definitely the secret of Yang Qin. Otherwise, he would not care so much. If Yang Qin told them that he could make a large number of fifth-grade alchemist masters anytime and anywhere, no one would believe it. Things were so strange. The more difficult it was, the more real it seemed. Well, said Master Yang, the master leads the way. The cultivation is up to the individual. The master doesn't have to worry about it. I think no one here will doubt the sincerity of Master Yang. The leader of a rogue cultivator alliance said directly, as if he had another endorsement for Yang Qin. Many people were nodding. If there were a lot of fifth-grade alchemist masters, it would seem that Yang Qin's secret was too worthless. It must be known that each sect had to spend the price of 10 seventh-grade fire seeds to be eligible to attend this place. Naturally, they hoped that the more difficult it was, the better. It was best if the people of other sect were stumped, and only the alchemists of their own sect succeeded in one fell swoop. If there is no objection, I will start. Yang Qin looked at the people around him and asked again. All the people around him had an expectant expression, and no one spoke indiscriminately. Chapter 1233. If you want to become a fifth-grade alchemist, the first key is to understand the medicinal properties. Yang Qin saw that everyone was ready. He did not talk nonsense and went straight to the point. When the words "understand the medicinal properties" came out, a group of people who were listening seriously suddenly fell into a fog. The word "understand the medicinal properties" was too vague. How to understand the medicinal properties? Everyone began to discuss. It seemed that what Yang Qin said was really puzzling. Yang Qin waited until all the voices slowly quieted down before he continued to speak. When Yang Qin opened his mouth, the other voices suddenly disappeared without a trace. All of you seniors are experts in the concoction process, so I won't show off my slight skill in front of experts. Yang Qin immediately began to clear up the doubts of everyone. What I am talking about is mainly the process of refining, the understanding of the medicinal properties. When everyone heard it, this was right. Since he was talking about the key of the fifth-grade alchemist, it was naturally the problem in the refining process. In this refining process, what else is there to understand? Someone asked curiously. Everyone looked at it, but it was a master of the monster clan. The refining method of the monster clan was relatively the crudest, so it was not surprising that he would have such a question. No one would laugh at him on this occasion, but everyone was waiting for Yang Qin's answer. It's very simple. Yang Qin also did not ignore the question because it was simple, but he took out an ordinary herb, put it in his hand, and said, in the refining process, what you need to understand is basically what kind of fire, what kind of time, and what kind of technique can the medicinal properties be fully exerted. As he spoke, Yang Qin's hand had a flame, which wrapped the herb in it. Those who were knowledgeable could see at a glance that the flame released by Yang Qin was the third-grade geocentric fire, the most suitable fire for quenching medicinal materials. Even without a cauldron, Yang Qin's geocentric flame had already reached the point of perfection. That herb was quickly refined by Yang Qin's geocentric flame, turning into a green medicinal liquid. The medicinal ingredients were ordinary medicinal ingredients, and everyone was very familiar with them. Moreover, those who could participate were not low-level alchemists. Basically, with a glance, they could tell that this medicinal liquid was at its best. Among the people present, 8 out of 10 could easily do this. Therefore, although Yang Qin's technique looked beautiful, No one commented on it. If a fifth-grade alchemist couldn't even do such a basic thing, then it would be a joke. Of course, just the understanding of a single herb is not enough for everyone to become a fifth-grade alchemist. Yang Chen's words drifted over. Everyone listened attentively, afraid that they would miss a single detail. In fact, most of the medicinal ingredients can't be perfectly integrated unconditionally. Basically, how to achieve this, it depends on the alchemist's own means. Yang Chen's words were neither fast nor slow, allowing everyone to hear and understand clearly. The truth was not complicated. Everyone understood it and even had a deep understanding of it. With Yang Chen's words, the second medicinal ingredient had already appeared in Yang Chen's hand. Similarly, it was quickly refined by the geocentric flame and then integrated into the first medicinal liquid. The two fused, but there was no conflict at all. This was easily achieved. However, in everyone's eyes, it was another matter. The second kind of medicinal herbs that were taken out were completely incompatible with the first kind of medicinal herbs. Under normal circumstances, if an ordinary alchemist wanted to fuse them, he would need to use other medicinal herbs to neutralize the conflict between the two medicinal effects. Only then would he be able to achieve this. But Yang Chen, just relying on his technique and experience, easily achieved it. It was amazing. This was not the end of it. The third medicinal ingredient appeared immediately. It was also a medicinal ingredient that had a strong conflict with the first two. Under normal circumstances, once these three medicinal ingredients were mixed together, it would definitely cause a violent conflict and even lead to the danger of furnace explosion. But in the hands of Yang Chen, the third medicinal ingredient was also turned into medicinal liquid in front of everyone. Then, using a very incredible method, it was slowly added into the first two medicinal liquids. After the addition of the three medicinal liquids, it was obvious that they had become one, but there was no sign of conflict. Regarding the understanding of medicinal properties, I think all the seniors have an intuitive understanding at this moment. Yang Chen held the medicinal liquid in his hand and then passed it to an alchemist not far in front of him. The other party also held the medicinal liquid in his hand. After observing for a long time, he reluctantly passed it to another person. There was no need for Yang Chen to say anything more. He had clearly used his actions to clearly show everyone that he understood the medicinal properties. For ordinary people to refine these three medicinal ingredients, just adding other medicinal ingredients to assist in the neutralization of the medicinal properties would require more than 10 kinds of medicinal ingredients. The difficulty of refining was naturally higher. How could it be as simple and easy to control as just 3 medicinal ingredients? Even the people here who had the highest level of alchemy other than Yang Chen did not dare to say that they could do this. Even a 4th-grade alchemist might not be able to easily fuse 3 ordinary medicinal ingredients like this. From this point alone, Yang Chen's level was much higher than everyone else's. How can this be done? Many people understood the truth of what Yang Chen said, but they did not know how to effectively do this. Although Fairy Junkie was not an alchemist, she helped everyone ask this question at this appropriate time. There is no good way. Let's try one by one. Yang Chen shook his head directly and then gave an answer directly. Even if the predecessors gave detailed records, it is useless. After all, we still have to try one by one. If we don't get started, we will never be able to learn it. Hearing that Yang Chen actually said that he had experimented one by one, several alchemists felt that they had a feeling of being fooled. Yang Chen could do it easily, but he did not say it. Instead, he asked everyone to use the stupidest method. This was obviously keeping it to himself. Master, don't tell me you still have a trick up your sleeve? Immediately, an alchemist in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance said in a strange tone. His words also resonated with many people. Everyone was waiting to see how Yang Chen would answer. I don't have a trick up my sleeve, but I have left the dregs from my experiments. If everyone is interested, you can take a look. Yang Chen did not care about these guys' accusations and said lightly. After speaking, Yang Chan waved his hand, and millions of piles of dregs appeared in front of everyone in an extremely spectacular way. Everyone who saw this pile of dregs couldn't help but show a dumbfounded expression. Chapter 1234. There was no way they wouldn't be shocked. When millions of medicinal dregs appeared neatly on the huge space, the unbelievable amount immediately blew everyone's minds. A lot of medicinal dregs, much more than when Yang Chen first got the medicine nourishing gourd. Yang Chen had been refining simple medicinal materials or several kinds of combinations for a certain period of time. He had been mastering the most suitable fire for each kind of medicinal materials and the refining method of various kinds of medicinal materials. This kind of thing, as Yang Chen said, there was no shortcut, only experience one by one. Even if the predecessors had a rich record, it was impossible to pass on these practical operating experiences to the future generations. Without hands-on experience, even if you read 10,000 volumes of the predecessors' notes, you only know some theoretical things at most, and you still can't do anything. Countless people looked at so many medicinal dregs, stunned and speechless. The guy who had just ridiculed him wanted to put his head in his trouser crotch in shame at the moment. The rest of the people also looked at the pile of medicinal dregs in a daze. It was estimated that they were calculating how long it would take to really refine so many medicinal dregs. Yang Chen's move shocked everyone. There were so many dregs, and they weren't just random dregs. Instead, they were produced after a variety of combinations. Even those experts in medicine identification could distinguish which kind of medicinal material or which combination of medicinal materials it was from the dregs. Looking at such a large number of dregs, it was enough to explain why Yang Chen could easily melt the 3 medicinal materials with completely restrained attributes together. But there was no problem. There was a period of time when Yang Chen bought a lot of ordinary medicinal materials. Now people finally understood where those medicinal materials were. Some sharp-eyed people even found that some medicinal materials of thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years, were in the medicinal dregs. It was estimated that apart from Yang Chen, no one else would have such a big hand to use medicinal herbs of this age only to practice their hands. Familiarize himself with the medicinal properties. It was just a few simple words, but from Yang Chen, everyone could see how much effort Yang Chen had put into these words. Just these dregs alone were enough to make those who had suspected whether Yang Chen had obtained some ancient secret manual or was guided by a senior. This was enough to make them feel ashamed. How was this a secret manual? It was clearly the experience accumulated through hard work and sweat. If such a person did not become a 5th-grade alchemist, then there would be no justice in this world. Among the people present, more than 80% of them were alchemists. Some of them were even 4th-grade alchemists, but when they saw the dregs that Yang Chen took out, everyone felt a little guilty. Even if they had reached the realm of 4th-grade alchemist, when had they ever had such a solid understanding of medicinal herbs from the most basic medicinal properties? Of course, this method is a bit stupid, and it consumes a lot of energy. Sometimes it's really embarrassing to say it out loud. It's also possible for the seniors to misunderstand. Yang Chen's words came from the side and passed into the ears of everyone present. If the seniors have a better way, I am also willing to buy it from you. Everyone listened to Yang Chen's words, and it was obvious that he was targeting the guy who had just said that Yang Chen had a trick up his sleeve. Very cooperatively, they all cast their eyes in that direction. The guy who had just said that Yang Chen was now blushing and drooping his head. How could he say half a word? He wished he could immediately become invisible so that no one would see him. Fairy Junkie, Fairy Greenwood, and Fairy Morong looked at Yang Chen with a strange brilliance in their eyes. Last time, Yang Chen had put on a show of finding the immortal peach from the folklore in front of them. Now he had given everyone a solid lesson on what was called a solid foundation. A person like Yang Chen was really worthy of admiration. When everyone finally calmed down slowly and began to think about Yang Chen's method, Yang Chen also put away the dregs little by little. These dregs still had to be passed on to the disciples so that they could feel more things. He couldn't just throw them away like trash. Although everyone saw Yang Chen's action, no one stopped him. It was not that no one thought of getting these dregs from Yang Chen. Even if it was just a simple observation, they could still discover a lot of things. However, thinking of the price that Yang Chen had always offered, they still directly extinguished this idea. Everyone began to discuss it. If they tried it one by one, they could indeed clearly grasp the medicinal properties, but after all, it was still a little troublesome. It was better to choose some of the medicinal herbs that reinforced and restrained each other, so that they could shorten a lot of time. Although it was not necessarily as comprehensive as Yang Chen's mastery, it was a very good direction for the cultivation of those new disciples in the future. Regardless of whether they would become a 5th-grade alchemist master, such a basic mastery would not go wrong. Even if it was a higher-level alchemist, it would be useful. It could be said that this ability to master the medicinal properties during alchemy was definitely a necessary skill for an alchemist. Many people were beating their chests and stamping their feet. Why didn't they think of it before? It wasn't that people didn't use their brains, but for a long time, most alchemists had always been refining finished pills according to a specific pill recipe. Very few people would use such a method just to know the refinement of 2 or more kinds of medicinal herbs without any purpose. After discussing for a long time, people finally stopped slowly. Someone began to ask tentatively, "Can you reach the level of a 5th-grade alchemist master by relying on this?" Of course not. Yang Chen answered this question very decisively. What a joke! If you want to become a 5th-grade alchemist master by mastering a little medicinal properties, then the 5th-grade alchemist master was too easy. Seeing that everyone's attention had been focused on this side, Yang Chen used his eyes to ask everyone if they wanted to continue. The group of people kept nodding, so Yang Chen began to continue. Another skill that you need to master to become a high-grade alchemist is the art of controlling fire. Yang Chen said his experience very seriously. With the last lesson, no one would take the initiative to find trouble this time, but many people's faces were somewhat disapproving. What a joke! Of course, the alchemist must know the art of controlling fire. Otherwise, how can he control the flame for alchemy? Isn't this nonsense? However, more people were looking forward to it. It was also the simplest skill, the art of controlling fire that Yang Chen mentioned. They believed that it must be different from the art of controlling fire that most people think. Chapter 1235. Maybe all of you will think that this fire manipulation technique is very simple. As long as you can master the fire seed, control the flame, and control the temperature accurately, it will be enough. Yang Chen said slowly, giving everyone some time to think. Many people really thought so. During alchemy, being able to completely control the fire seed was enough. There was no need to carefully study the mystery. Yang Chen said this. Obviously, there were some different opinions. In fact, these are far from enough. Some medicinal materials need to control the flame accurately. It is far from enough to be able to control the fire seed. The speed of Yang Chen's speech was still unhurried, so that everyone could hear it clearly. What step do we need to do to reach the standard? Someone immediately asked. This caused a group of people to agree. This time, Yang Chen did not speak, but directly started to demonstrate. He still stretched out his hand, and the earth flame began to emit from his hand. After a while, the flame turned into the shape of a small person. The small person in Yang Chen's hand began to make all kinds of flexible movements, just like a living person. Everyone looked at the movements of the small flame person, and their expressions became serious. Most people did not pursue to be so precise in the fire manipulation technique. Most of the time, everyone pursued the power of the flame, not this kind of precision. The small person suddenly dispersed and turned into a flame. Then, the flame began to change again. In a moment, everyone present realized that there seemed to be an additional miniature model in Yang Chen's hand. Everyone present could see it from Yang Chen's hand. The surrounding environment was also beautifully outlined by the flame, and it was very lifelike. With so many people, All the forms and movements were exactly the same as the real person. Even the appearance of some people standing on their tiptoes to watch was simulated in real time. The expression on the face was lifelike. Apart from the fact that everyone could see the flame at a glance, no one could tell whether it was real or fake. This move of Yang Chen's suddenly stunned everyone. Everyone present was an expert. Immediately, someone began to try to imitate Yang Chen and also use the flame to outline the surrounding environment. It had to be said that they were all experts in alchemy and they had come into contact with flames all year round. As such, they had a certain level of foundation in controlling flames. Many of them easily simulated their surroundings. Although it wasn't as detailed as Yang Chen's, it was enough to simulate the surroundings. However, when they wanted to take another step forward, they found it difficult. Many details were starting to become troublesome. The main problem was the activity scenes. Although the flame could simulate a fixed scene once it moved, it wasn't that easy to replicate it vividly. Not to mention the fact that Yang Chen was able to imitate everyone's expressions perfectly. Just the swaying leaves of the surrounding trees was enough to stump most people. Even if someone managed to move the scene, the moving part would be a complete mess. What is this? The basics of controlling fire? Some people couldn't do it themselves, but when they saw Yang Chen do it, they didn't seem to think it was too great. They were very puzzled and asked, could it be that after practicing to this point, one can reach the level of a 5th-grade alchemist? This level is only required by the foundation building stage to temper the basic skills. Yang Chen shook his head directly. Are you kidding me? You want to be a 5th-grade alchemist with this level? What kind of dream is that? How is it possible? How can a cultivator in the foundation building stage do this? Some people couldn't accept that this was only the basic skill requirement of the foundation building stage and immediately refuted it. It wasn't just this person. Many people actually had such thoughts in their hearts, but some people were shrewd and didn't say it directly. A cultivator in the foundation building stage can do this. Yang Chen replied with certainty. Seeing that everyone didn't believe it, Yang Chen said very directly, I'll find someone to show everyone. After a while, the maid of Yang Chen's Ishio villa, Hilian, was brought in front of everyone by Yang Chen. Hilian's aptitude was not good. Even if she succeeded in the foundation building stage, so far, she had just reached the peak of the foundation building stage. It seemed that she was about to condense her core. Yang Chen just simulated the surrounding scene with flames again, and then told Hilian to do the same. This kind of fire-controlling technique, Hilian did not know how many times she had practiced it. After Yang Chen pointed it out, she had not interrupted it. Soon, a scene similar to Yang Chen's was produced in Hilian's hands. It was the same level of detail, the same level of detail, the same level of detail, the same level of vividness. Everyone present was speechless as they watched a junior at the peak of the foundation establishment stage easily accomplish something that no one else present could. They were all relatively speechless. How many evildoers were there in Chunyang Palace? Any disciple in the foundation building stage could make so many masters feel ashamed. How can I meet the requirements of a 5th-grade alchemist? Hilian could do it, and everyone accepted that this was only the basic level of the foundation building stage. Immediately, someone curiously continued to ask. Everyone was concerned about this issue, and everyone listened attentively for fear of missing a word. At least reach this level. Yang Chen didn't talk much nonsense this time, and directly began to show everyone with facts. A thin line of fire began to outline a familiar pattern in the air. Yang Chen's movements were very fast, and the complete pattern was soon completed. Subsequently, after Yang Chen completed the last stroke, the pattern began to activate. The water attribute spirit gathering array, the water attribute spiritual power gathered above, was unusually eye-catching against the background of the flame. A group of people around were stunned. All of them stared like copper bells, as if they couldn't believe what they saw. Next, Yang Qin drew a wood attribute spirit gathering array, earth attribute, and metal attribute. The 5 elements were complete, and none of them were left behind. Using flames to build a magic array of other attributes. Such a technique simply subverted everyone present. What kind of fire-controlling technique was this? Compared with Yang Qin, those guys who were known as the masters of the Imperial Fire-controlling Grandmaster, each of them was the slag of the slag. What kind of evildoer could reach such a level? How smart did he have to be to think of such a way? Even if such a fire-controlling technique was not used in alchemy in battle and cultivation, it was also one of the best and unbelievable techniques. No wonder Yang Qin was a 5th-grade alchemist. With such imagination and such basic skills, if Yang Qin was not a 5th-grade alchemist, would there still be any reason? Chapter 1236. Although they were surprised, the opportunity in front of them was won by the sect at the cost of 10 kinds of 7th-grade fire seeds, or a similar price. Everyone had an idea in their hearts, and that was to figure out what Yang Qin said, whether they could do it or not. In the beginning, a lot of medicinal dregs. That was definitely possible. It was nothing more than working hard. There was nothing special about it. From the beginning of the Imperial Fire technique, some people would constantly ask to know if others could do it. Helien's action just now made many people feel relieved. However, now that Yang Qin's flame array arrangement method came out, some people immediately began to have the same doubts. Can other people do this? The person who spoke asked the question that everyone was concerned about. There was no way around it. Everyone wanted to know if they or their own people could do the same thing so that they could become another 5th-grade alchemist master. There should be no problem. Yang Qin did not give a definite answer this time, but gave an ambiguous answer, as if even he himself was not sure. Waiting for the time, everyone's heart was in their throat. If this couldn't be done, then becoming a 5th-grade alchemist master was an extravagant hope. Was there anything else Yang Qin didn't say clearly and left a hand? Senior Deng. Yang Qin didn't let everyone wait too long. He turned directly and faced Senior Deng Ya of Danding Sect. Senior Deng Ya was a master of Danding Sect who Yang Qin had cooperated with when he was refining the heaven-seizing pill. At that time, she was already a 4th-grade alchemist master. When he made a bet with He Lianyun, Deng Ya was present and saw everything that Yang Qin did at that time. He believed that if she was not stupid, she should know what to do over the years. It's just a fluke. Deng Ya whispered and came forward. Deng Ya could almost be said to be the alchemist with the highest level of alchemy besides Yang Qin, a 5th-grade alchemist master. Many people have the same respect for Deng Ya. Hearing Deng Ya's lucky, Yang Qin's face also revealed a smile. In his estimation, Deng Ya should be able to do this easily. After so many years, it seems that Deng Ya should also be able to touch the edge of the 5th-grade alchemist master. Seeing Deng Ya appear, everyone was shocked. They didn't know what she was going to do, and they all stared at her with wide eyes. Only Fairy Junkie, Fairy Qingmu, and the Murong sisters knew that Deng Ya was specially invited by Yang Qin and was the only person who did not have to pay the price of a 7th-grade fire seed. Deng Ya didn't waste any time explaining anything. Instead, she extended her hand just like Yang Qin had done. The flames in her hand slowly condensed into the same shape as Yang Qin's. Not long after, the water attribute spirit gathering array was formed. Then, Deng Ya activated it slightly, and everyone could feel the dense water attribute spiritual power escaping from the spirit gathering array. Senior Deng Ya had also done it. Facts were more persuasive than any argument. In an instant, everyone became excited. Didn't this mean that if Senior Deng Ya could do it, they could also do it? As early as 100 years ago, Deng Ya was able to do this. At that time, Deng Ya also easily broke through the bottleneck of the Yuanying stage and entered the realm of great achievements. Seeing that she was getting closer and closer to the threshold of the 5th-grade alchemist master, Deng Ya always felt that there was a line missing and she always didn't know where it was. Yang Chen invited her to come over, and Deng Ya agreed almost without hesitation. She was about to ask Yang Chen, in the end, what was the last point that she was lacking? What was the difference? Grandmaster Yang, this old woman can now control the fire like water, control the fire like earth, control the fire like gold, control the fire like wood, but it's still a little short. I don't know the reason. After Deng Ya demonstrated, she also respectfully asked Yang Chen for advice. Although her seniority was much older than Yang Chen in the path of alchemy, she also had to call Yang Chen Grandmaster. What Senior Deng is missing, in fact, is only one point. Yang Chen replied with a smile. Deng Ya's question and Yang Chen's answer made everyone excited on the spot. Deng Ya was only a little short, and looking at Deng Ya's appearance just now, it was clear that she had already met the requirements of Yang Chen's fire. What was missing? Everyone seemed to be more interested than Deng Ya. When refining the heaven-seizing pail, Deng Ya and Yang Chen had cooperated, which everyone knew. Presumably, Deng Ya's fire like water was also learned from Yang Chen at that time. After so many years, Deng Ya was able to touch the edge of the 5th grade alchemist master, which could only show that Yang Chen's method was very effective. When refining the questioning inner heart pill and the 2nd grade inner sensing pill, you need to use several kinds of fire seeds at the same time. Yang Chen said slowly and clearly, in fact, this is the key to becoming a 5th grade alchemist master. Everyone's ears couldn't wait to erect into an antenna, and they were quietly listening to Yang Chen's explanation of the key. Especially at this time, they didn't even dare to make a sound for fear of missing something. This younger generation junior has a natural ability. Yang Chen still said slowly, I was born to be able to multitask. As he said, Yang Chen stretched out his hands, one hand drawing a circle and the other drawing a square. The pattern, composed of 2 flames, soon appeared in front of everyone. The circle was round and the square was square. I believe that there are many people with this ability. Yang Chen continued after performing his means of being able to multitask. His words caused a burst of nodding from people. There were so many masters of the big sect. What kind of monstrous genius had not been seen? Not to mention the disciple who could multitask, it was estimated that it was not uncommon to multitask. What the predecessor lacks, it is estimated that this is the point. Yang Chen said very sincerely to be able to control multiple fire seeds at the same time, but also to grasp the heat during the refining, grasp the opportunity to add medicinal materials and also find control. After being able to do this, you can basically reach the level of the 5th grade alchemist master. When she heard that it was actually necessary to multitask, Deng Ya couldn't help but close her eyes and began to figure it out. The more she figured it out, the more reasonable she felt. Several bottlenecks that she was trapped in, it seemed that as long as she could multitask, she could easily pass it. It was not a particularly incomprehensible thing to achieve the 5th grade refining of the medicinal pill. Of course, this kind of talent is not necessarily available to everyone. Yang Chen added another sentence, however, as long as it can greatly improve the cultivation base of the spiritual awareness, it is not so difficult to do this. All the predecessors are masters. I believe you know more than me. Chapter 1237. Indeed, none of the people present were below the late Yuanying stage. Even if they were alchemists, they also belonged to the kind of super genius alchemists. Their aptitude for cultivation was not comparable to that of ordinary people. After the improvement of the spiritual awareness cultivation base, it was not necessary for Yang Chen to give an example to explain it. Everyone knew this in their hearts. In particular, Deng Ya, a few problems that troubled her seemed to be solved after Yang Chen's pointers. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. The smile on Deng Ya's face was not fake. It was a real happiness from the heart. It was the joy of a researcher who had finally solved the problem. Others could see the happiness contained in it at a glance. It's just a little bit, I understand. I understand. Deng Ya's words really surprised the experts of the Danding sect. If Deng Ya could break through the bottleneck of the fifth grade alchemist. Then the mortal world would no longer be dominated by Yangchen. The Danding sect would also have its own fifth grade alchemist. The prosperity of the Danding sect could already be expected. The people of the Danding sect were happy, and the people of other sect were also very happy. Since Deng Ya could soon break through the step. Even if their alchemists started late, from the time Deng Ya refined the heaven-seizing pill to the present, it was only a few hundred years. If Deng Ya could do it, their alchemists could also do it. Even the big sect could cultivate a group of new alchemists from an early age. If they cultivated in this direction, they did not believe that they could not cultivate a few fifth-grade alchemists. The method to improve spiritual awareness, I don't have it here. This needs to be solved by everyone. Yang Chen's voice came into everyone's ears again, but no one took it seriously. This method to improve spiritual awareness, of course, each sect had their own sect's trump card, and they would never easily show it to others. Originally, they did not have the intention of asking Yangchen to give them this method. It sounded like, so far, the key for Yangchen to become a fifth-grade alchemist has been fully revealed. One was the understanding of medicinal properties, the other was the control of flames, and the other was to be able to multitask and control multiple flames for refining at the same time. Everyone felt that these factors made sense. Among the three elements, two of them were very important basic skills. While familiarizing himself with the medicinal properties, he also had to control the heat. As for controlling fire, it was the most basic of all basic skills. Even if he didn't use it for alchemy, as long as he was a fire-attributed cultivator, there would be no harm in practicing the art of controlling fire. At least, that was what Tao Junkie thought. In the past, Tao Junkie also had her own pride. As a Deshang stage fairy, she would never ask Yangchen for advice in cultivation. Only today did she realize that she was still far from being able to control fire. Moreover, Tao Junkie also vaguely realized that if she combined the way of controlling fire that Yangchen had said today with the guidance she received from Grandmaster Lu Fengzi, she believed that she would soon be able to correct the original deviation and reach the standard of transcending the tribulation and ascending to immortality. This was a completely unexpected surprise. Not only Tao Junkie, but also Fairy Greenwood, the Morong sisters, and everyone else present were also surprised. Since the way of controlling fire could be like this, could the other elements also be imitated? Whether it was useful or not, everyone understood one thing. If they cultivated according to this way of thinking, the control of their own spiritual power would be directly promoted to another realm. Even if there was no benefit to the growth of their cultivation base, but for the overall cultivation, there were only advantages and no disadvantages. This trip was worthwhile, everyone felt so. At the same time, they finally had a further understanding of why Yangchen could become a fifth-grade alchemist master. In addition to Yangchen's talent for multitasking, everything else seemed to be achieved by Yangchen's own hard work and mastering extremely deep basic skills. It could be said that Yangchen could become a fifth-grade alchemist master by no means by luck, let alone a hidden master who could have such a level. Even if they had this idea before, after seeing the mountains of dregs and the superb technique of controlling fire, they no longer had such ideas. Just those two. Even if Yangchen could multitask and practice every day, it would be impossible to achieve without hundreds of years of hard work. It seemed that Yangchen himself was using his actual experience to show everyone that there was never a fluke in success. The most terrible thing about cultivation was that there was no direction. With a direction, even if it took a little more time, it was not a big deal for cultivators. If they could waste a few hundred years to become a fifth-grade alchemist master, they believed that out of 100 alchemists, there would be 120 alchemists who would be willing. The alchemists seemed to see their future glory from the current Yangchen, and also seemed to see their future direction from Senior Deng Ya. As long as they worked hard to master what Yangchen said, and then diligently cultivated their spiritual awareness, it seemed that they could easily become a fifth grade alchemist master. When they thought of the glory after becoming a 5th grade alchemist master, the glory that everyone admired, the alchemists couldn't help but start to look forward to it. Everyone firmly believed that they could become the next Deng Ya, the next Yangqin, but no one thought about how they should quickly improve their spiritual awareness cultivation base. After the improvement of the spiritual awareness cultivation base, it was easy to multitask. This was common sense, so there was no need for Yangqin to demonstrate it at all. However, if they wanted to improve their spiritual awareness step by step, without the 3 purities secret art in the hands of Yangqin, how many people could reach the level of a human immortal when they were in the mortal world? Yangqin explained it with a natural ability, which was not surprising because there were many such people. However, no one thought about the difficulty of it. Perhaps when they reacted, they would be desperate. How could it be so easy to improve their spiritual awareness? These were not things that Yangqin would remind, nor should he remind. Yangqin was happy to watch the show. Anyway, after this time, Yangqin would no longer suddenly become a 5th grade alchemist master. After the news spread, the pressure on Yangqin would be reduced correspondingly. Now, what Yangqin wanted was not to be in the limelight, but to watch the Taishaman fall into the pit bit by bit according to the big pit he dug. Even this time, the secret of the 5th grade alchemist master was also meant to dig a pit. He believed that the Taishaman who have mastered the Devil Heart Sutra would have a few more cultivators. The temptation of a 5th grade alchemist master was by no means comparable to the general glory. As long as others didn't know what method was used to improve their spiritual awareness cultivation base, would others care? Chapter 1238. Relatively speaking, Yin Yang Demon School, which has unique experience in spiritual awareness cultivation, would be very happy. The characteristic of their sect was that their spiritual awareness cultivation base was strong, and in this respect, they would definitely have a lot of advantages. Other sect were all big sect with extremely deep roots, and it was not necessarily that they did not have better means. However, even if Yangqin added his previous life, it was impossible to know more about the secrets of these sects, so it was not clear what good methods each sect had. But there was one thing that Yangqin could be sure of. Even if it was a powerful sect, if they wanted to cultivate an alchemist master with a human immortal 1st grade spiritual awareness, from now on, it would be impossible to do it again in a few hundred years. This was not a matter of one day and one night. Whether it was controlling the fire or understanding the medicinal properties, it would take a long time of hard work. In addition, if one had to cultivate their spiritual awareness, it would take a longer time. As a 5th grade alchemist master, for a long time, it would still be the situation of Yangqin's one person dominating. Even if Deng Ya could break through when she was in the late Deshang stage or even the peak Deshang stage, it would take at least hundreds of years. What's more, after the breakthrough, it was not far from her tribulation and ascension. Unless those sect found a new disciple who could naturally multitask, as Yangqin said, and had a fire attribute spirit root. Otherwise, Yangqin should not see a few 5th grade alchemist masters before he ascended. This was the source of Yangqin's confidence. At this point, Yangqin's secret was basically revealed in front of everyone. No one would doubt that Yangqin had any magic weapon or something like that. Everything was obtained through hard cultivation. This also proved that there were no shortcuts in cultivation. In fact, many times this was the truth that many big sects constantly inculcated their disciples. It was just that sometimes they themselves couldn't figure it out. The people who participated were like treasures. As long as there was nothing wrong, all of them left quickly and rushed back to the sect. As for Fairy Junkie, Fairy Qingmu, and the 5 Morong sisters, they all stayed behind. Also staying behind was the sect master of Wuji Demon School, Yi Zhenxiong. Yi, you had been accepted as a disciple by Yangqin and had been back to the sect for a long time. During this period of time, Yi showed a very strong cultivation ability and had stood out among the disciples of the same period. In less than 10 years, he succeeded in the foundation stage and officially became a disciple of Yangchen. As a father, even if he was from the demon sect, he attached great importance to his own children. Of course, Yi Jinxiong also wanted to see how his son's cultivation was and whether he was bullied in the Pure Yang Palace. The most important thing was that Yi Jinxiong had brought some treasures to his son, which could give him some advantages in cultivation. Among them, Yi Yangchen, Yi Yang Yangchen Yi, of Yi Yang Yang Yi Master, Yi Yangchen, Yi and Yi Yang Yang Master, and was that Mu Bo's cultivation was the highest. He had already passed the tribulation and formed his nascent soul. Hua Mengyu was second. Her aptitude for cultivation was not excellent, but in terms of medicinal material cultivation, she had already shown a very strong talent. From top to bottom in the Pure Yang Palace, those who had seen her skills were amazed. For Yang Chen's ability to recognize people, all of them admired him. Yi Yu's cultivation was the lowest among the senior brothers and sisters. However, his cultivation aptitude was so good that even Yang Chen admired him very much. He often gave him some unique guidance. In his previous life, Yi Yu had cultivated the mental cultivation method of the demon sect. Therefore, Yang Chen did not force him to cultivate the cultivation method of the Dao sect. Instead, he found a foundational technique similar to the demon sect for Yi Yu to cultivate. In other aspects, he did his best to cultivate him. When Yi Jinxiong saw Yi Yu, it was when Yi Yu was discussing cultivation with senior brother Mu and senior sister Hua. Mu Bo and Hana Mengyu were already a little famous master. Yi Jinxiong, who cared about Yang Chen, how could he not know the reputation of the two? Yi Jinxiong was also very satisfied with his son's progress. This time, Yi Jinxiong came to Chunyang Palace. In addition to learning the secrets of Yang Chen's 5th grade alchemy master, the rest was to bring some precious gifts to his son. These things were all good things that he had collected for many years, and he was reluctant to use them for many years. In any case, he had to let his son use them. This was Yi Jinxiong's secret. In fact, when he was still in the Jedan stage, he had already discovered a place where the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid was produced. He went to collect it every year. After so many years, Yi Jinxiong had collected at least a jade bottle the size of a head. Every year on his birthday, Yi Jinxiong would always carefully take out a drop of the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid and take it himself, which was one of the reasons why his cultivation was rising day by day. In order to give his son a good start, Yi Jinxiong deliberately brought half a bottle of the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid and planned to give it to his son at one time. Pitiful parents in the world, such a good thing. The first thing they thought of was not their own concubines, but their own sons. Since Mu Bo and Hana Mengyu were also there, Yi Jinxiong was also an ambitious person. Naturally, he would not leave them behind. As long as a few drops of the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid were distributed, he believed that with the eyesight of Yang Chen's disciples, it was impossible not to see the preciousness of this thing. With these few drops of the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, he would also take good care of Yi Yu in the future. When Yi Jinxiong took out half a bottle of the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, as if he was covering some treasure to give some to Hana Mengyu and Mu Bo, Yi Yu had already half closed his eyes and his face was flushed. The expressions of Mu Bo and Hana Mengyu at the time, in Yi Jinxiong's view, seemed to be shocked. They resisted screaming and held their breath, which made Yi Jinxiong very satisfied. Not everyone was qualified to see this kind of heavenly material and earthly treasure. Even the disciples of Grandmaster Yang were the same. Father, these 4 C's mysterious coral liquids are not easy to collect. You should put them away. Yi Yu cared about his father and couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He blushed and persuaded Yi Jinxiong to put away the things. How can I? Those who see it have a share. Your senior brother and senior sister are not outsiders. It is not a good thing. It is good for the body. Use some. It is a little gift from this old man. How could Yi Jinxiong take back the things? He thought that his son was stingy and reluctant to give good things to people. This temper was not good. He did not know how to behave. He would be bullied in the future. "Thank you, uncle." Mubo and Hana Mengyu didn't think much about it. After calming down, they bowed to Yi Jinxiong. The other party gave them a gift. Of course, they had to thank him. This was the etiquette that the younger generation should have. Yi Yu was their little junior brother. According to the seniority, they should call Yi Jinxiong uncle. Chapter 1239. Don't be polite, take it. Yi Jinxiong gave everyone a small jade bottle, which contained almost 10 drops of the 4C's mysterious coral liquid, and forced it into the hands of Mu Lily and Hana Mengyu. Yi Yu finally couldn't watch it anymore, and said to Yi Jinxiong with a red face, "Father, Master gave a lot of the 4C's mysterious coral liquid. We all use it for bathing." Even if Master gave what? Yi Jinxiong almost jumped up directly, hearing Yi Yu's words behind him. Even if he was the sovereign of Wuji Demon School, he almost couldn't help but stagger out. Things like the 4C's mysterious coral liquid. Was it given to Yi Yu by Yang Qin for bathing? There are a lot of these things. Master has already given us a few thousand jin. Yi Yu saw Yi Jinxiong's appearance. He didn't want to hit him, but he couldn't hide it. He could only whisper and tell the truth. "I used to drink a lot. Master said that there is no need to drink it again unless after crossing the tribulation. However, every time after the cultivation, it is good for the body to soak in it, so we all use it for bathing. If Father needs it, you can take a batch back. This is a filial son's filial piety to Father." The more he said, the lower Yi Yu's voice became, and finally he could no longer hear it. He had seen Yi Jinxiong secretly enjoy a drop on his birthday every year like enjoying a treasure, but he didn't think about it. Now he finally understood what it was. Mu Bo and Hana Mengyu on the other side finally couldn't hold it anymore and burst out laughing. Yi Jinxiong understood what the expressions of Mu Bo and Hana Mengyu were for. It was not shock, but a posture of holding back laughter. It was no wonder that the two would be like this. The thing that people used to bathe, he took it as a treasure, and they didn't laugh on the spot. It was already giving Yi Yu face. On this side, Yi Yu had already found a few large wooden barrels and directly filled a few wooden barrels with the 4C's mysterious coral liquid and handed it to Yi Jinxiong. Yi Jinxiong looked at the barrels filled with the 4C's mysterious coral liquid, placed in a few rough wooden barrels, and then looked at the finely carved jade bottle in his hand, and finally understood that he had made a big joke. He put away the things in embarrassment, and then asked about Yi Yu's training life in Chunyang Palace. Yi Yu did not hide much from his father. He only told him some of Yang Chen's teachings, and how Yang Chen had taken care of him on a daily basis. When it was fully understood how much capital Yang Chen had invested in Yi Yu in this short period of more than 10 years, even Yi Jinxiong, as the sect master of Wuji Demon School, could not help but sigh at Yang Chen's generosity. If it was Yi Jinxiong himself, even if he embezzled half of the sect warehouse of Wuji Demon School, he could not afford the things that Yi Yu spent. Whose 4C's mysterious coral liquid was used as bath water, whose family's millennium mysterious yang fruit was eaten as a daily fruit, whose family's second-grade, questioning inner heart pill that couldn't even be used in the Deshang stage was eaten when they were in the foundation stage, whose younger generation disciple in the foundation stage could enjoy a separate, high-grade spiritual vein, whose disciple in the foundation stage had just reached the foundation stage and already had a life source magic weapon to start tempering. Except for Yang Chen, there was no one else. Not only Yi Yu, but Mu Bo and Hana Mengyu also enjoyed no less resources than Yi Yu. But at the level of Mu Bo, he no longer simply pursued sufficient resources, but began to gain more experience. As for Hana Mengyu, at this time, she was already the largest supplier of medicinal materials to Chunyang Palace. Yi Jinxiong finally understood that even if Yi Yu followed him to cultivate, even if he doted on him and took care of him, it could not be compared to 1% of Yang Chen's. Such a master was simply the best master in the world. Yi Jinxiong would no longer worry about his son being wronged and could fully rest assured in running the affairs of Wuji Demon School. Similarly, the resources that Yang Qin gave Yi Yu also made Yi Jinxiong thoroughly understand that although he seemed to be famous and the sect master of Wuji Demon School, he was also a #1 figure. But in front of Yang Chen, he was just a beggar. The treasures that he had painstakingly collected, not to mention Yang Chen, for Yang Chen's disciple and his own son, were just bathwater. There was nothing to worry about. After Yi Jinxiong understood it, he didn't say anything more and left directly. When an expert did things, he must have the demeanor of an expert and never be sloppy. Naturally, Yi Jinxiong would not know that when he left, Yi was laughed at by Mu Bo and Hana Mingyu for a whole day until Yi Yu was sullen and then stopped. Basically, the people of the Monster Clan and the Demon Sect left as soon as possible. After all, this was the territory of the Dao Sect. Staying one more day meant one more day of risk. Next were the people of the Rogue, Cultivators Alliance, and the 2 ancient families. The sect masters of the 5 major sects all stayed and did not leave directly. This time, the sect masters of the 5 major sects stayed, in addition to thanking Yang Qin, to discuss with Chunyang Palace the marriage of the female disciples of the 3 major sects, Fairy Junkie, Fairy Qingmu, and the 5 Morong sisters with Yang Qin. Last time, Gao Yu nodded after the women's great vow of heart demons, which also let the 7 girls see hope and made the people of the 3 major sects overjoyed. However, the people of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect were not so happy. Why did a few women who were randomly found want to become Yang Chen's wife, like Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue? Because of the things caused by a few elders who acted on their own initiative last time, the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect both made a killing move to get the understanding of Yang Qin and Chunyang Palace. The 2 sects killed almost 100 people at the Yuanying stage, and they finally got the promise that Yang Qin and Chunyang Palace would no longer pursue it. Even Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue felt ashamed of Yang Qin and were embarrassed to see Yang Qin. Both of them were in retreat. Under such circumstances, how could the 2 major sects allow the people of the 3 major sects to take advantage of the situation? They had seen people who wanted to take advantage of others, but they had never seen such a thing. What's more, the raid on Chunyang Palace, the 3 major sects also had part in it. They didn't express enough sincerity. Why did they want to talk about the marriage between their female disciples and Yang Qin? The sect masters of the 2 major sects personally came out and would never agree. Chunyang Palace would certainly not express any opinions. The sect masters of the 3 major sects could not force the 2 sects, so they could only be patient and say good words. In short, they hoped that, through a little happy event, everyone could turn hostility into friendship and be harmonious. After a series of promises, the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect finally spat out. They could marry, but they could only be concubines, not wives. Yang Chen's wives could only be Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, Shi Shanshan, and Sun Qingxue. Chapter 1240. Why can they be concubines? In front of Yang Qin, the woman who was pouting and trying to pretend to be wronged was someone no one could have thought of, the Lady Fanghua of Yin Yang Demon School. At the moment, Madame Fanghua, where was the awe-inspiring appearance in the Yin Yang Demon Sect, and there was no longer the kind of enchanting and glamorous posture that could charm the world. Instead, she was wearing a green cloth hairpin skirt. Her hair was simply tied up with a wooden hairpin on her head, and she was as beautiful as a girl who had never seen the world. Everyone thought that the people of Yin Yang Demon School had already left. Even the people of Yin Yang Demon School thought so. No one would have thought that the new great elder of Yin Yang Demon School, Lady Fanghua, would appear in front of Yang Qin like this. Even if someone stood in front of Lady Fanghua at the moment, they would never believe that this pure girl in front of them would turn out to be the great elder of Yin Yang Demon School. Even the people of the demon sect were careful to avoid her. In a short period of a few years, Madame Fanghua made a big name for herself. Not only did she break through the bottleneck of the peak yuanying stage, but for some reason, in less than a few months, her cultivation directly skyrocketed from the early Deshang stage to the middle Deshang stage. The growth of her spiritual power was so fast that it made people stunned. What was particularly terrifying was that even with such a skyrocketing spiritual power, Lady Fanghua did not show the slightest lack of mood, as if all this was natural. Only a few core elders of the Yin-Yang demon sect knew that Madame Fanghua cultivated the colorful thousand red spirit method. And they also knew that the emergence of this situation was definitely after Madame Fanghua killed her beloved. She would achieve the great perfection realm. Other than Lady Fanghua and Yang Qin, no one knew of Yang Chen's existence. In fact, when Lady Fanghua persuaded a group of experts from Yin-Yang Demon School to deal with Yang Qin, she used a large number of spirit stones given by Yang Qin. It had nothing to do with her cultivation technique. The core higher-ups of Yin-Yang Demon School only know that Lady Fanghua is definitely at the peak of spiritual power. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to break through the bottleneck of peak nascent soul. Everything about Yang Qin, Lady Fanghua has concealed it very well. Lady Fanghua, who had reached great perfection realm, was attracted to both men and women. She had also made a name for herself in the demon cult's territory. However, in front of Yang Qin, she would also try her best to explain that the so-called eating both men and women was just an illusion created by those fellows. Without Yang Chen's divine sense cultivation base, who could recognize the mystery of the thousand colors' spiritual power, secretly staying to meet with her lover, Lady Fanghua was naturally happy. Especially when Yang Qin specially accompanied her alone. It made her even more happy that her heart almost jumped out of her chest. What Yang Qin said to her last time really made sense. This kind of unforgettable feeling of longing to meet at all times was far more hopeful than remembering in the heart. Unfortunately, it was impossible for Yang Qin to give Lady Fanghua any status in a short period of time. Yang Qin was clear about this, and Lady Fanghua was also clear about this. Even if Gao Yu nodded, there was no way. The Tao and the demon cult could not coexist. Now it had not reached the point where the immortal world united all the living forces. The two sides could only be mortal enemies. Because of this, Lady Fanghua would have a look of grievance in front of Yang Qin and acted like a spoiled child. They all made the big heart demon oath, so you agreed. At this moment, Yang Qin could only comfort Lady Fanghua in a soft voice. In fact, he was also having a headache. He did not know how to face the 7 girls of the 3 major sects. What's wrong with the big heart demon oath? Even if you made the big heart demon oath, won't you change your mind? Lady Fanghua was still feeling wronged. Her head was buried in Yang Chen's arms. She almost cried. Her expression was pitiful, as if she had been bullied by Yang Qin. So, when you made the big heart demon oath that year, you actually didn't care, right? Yang Qin keenly heard something from Lady Fanghua's words. He asked with a wry smile, "So you attacked me without any scruples. You were not afraid of the big heart demon oath at all, right?" Back then, Lady Fanghua made the big heart demon oath in front of Yang Qin. However, she immediately attacked Yang Qin without hesitation after the Great Ascension Tribulation. Yang Qin had always been puzzled about this. Now he finally had the answer. "Master, I didn't mean to hide it." After her secret was exposed by Yang Qin, Lady Fanghua did not feel wronged. Instead, she put on a weak and obedient look and said fawningly, "I cultivate the glamorous spirit technique. I'm not afraid of the big heart demon oath." Then, what else can restrain your heart? Yang Qin was surprised. The world was big, and there were indeed all kinds of strange things. The big heart demon oath that even cultivators were afraid of was actually not afraid of in the eyes of some people from the demon sect. It was really amazing. "You," Madame Fanghua replied without hesitation, "My lord, you are the only flaw of this slave and the only concern. What do you want this slave to do? This slave can't refuse." Even at this moment, Lady Fanghua looked delicate and pitiful. With her beautiful face and her current expression, 99 out of 100 cultivators would be tempted by her. Even if it was Yang Qin, he was also stimulated by her saying that he was the only one who could control her weakness and had a sense of accomplishment. They are different from you. People from the Tao sect make the big heart demon oath. If they break the oath, they will definitely honor it. Yang Qin could only explain it this way. Towards Lady Fanghua, Yang Qin also felt a little guilty. Why don't I confuse them so that they will no longer be infatuated with me, okay? Lady Fanghua suddenly thought of a good idea and asked expectantly. Before, Lady Fanghua was captured by the 5 Morong sisters and was also tortured by Fairy Qingmu. Otherwise, she would not have said so many secrets of Yang Qin. This experience, Lady Fanghua did not forget. At that time, she was only at the peak Yuanying stage. She couldn't compete with the Morong sisters and could only be captured. Now she was in the middle Deshang stage, and her spirit power had reached the great perfection stage. Naturally, she would not be afraid of these women. The previous little Liang also had to take the opportunity to get it back. Pa! Yang Chen did not answer Lady Fanghua. He just patted her on the buttocks to show his own attitude. Master is biased. Lady Fanghua covered her buttocks, and her face was unhappy. She rubbed against Yang Chen's chest to express her dissatisfaction. After acting coquettishly for a long time, Lady Fanghua's eyes suddenly turned, and she was once again on Yang Chen's body. Her tongue almost licked Yang Chen's ear. She seductively said in Yang Chen's ear, Master, this slave wants to squeeze you dry. Humph, even if they are concubines, this slave wants you to be unable to have sex with them for a long time. Chapter 1241. How could Yang Chen admit defeat in the challenge of this kind of seductress? It could be tolerated. What couldn't be tolerated? Yang Chen was furious and directly turned Lady Fanghua over to the bed and punished her fiercely. Don't look at the Yin-Yang demon school. The brilliant spirits spell great perfection. The middle Deshang stage cultivation base. All these of Lady Fanghua. In front of Yang Chen's body that has been nourished by the life essence of tens of thousands of immortals, it was not enough. Not to mention that Yang Chen's yellow, turbaned strongman body, refining technique, has been cultivated to the realm of overturning the sea. Even if Yang Chen let Lady Fanghua use 90% of her strength, Lady Fanghua was not his opponent. For Lady Fanghua, Yang Chen did not have to consider their feelings as he did for his 4 wives. He could just vent his wantonly. This was also the attitude of Lady Fanghua's favorite Yang Chen towards her. After a good enjoyment, even the great elder of Yin-Yang demon school, the great elder of the sect who was best at double cultivation, Lady Fanghua, was like a pool of mud on the bed. She didn't even have the strength to move a little finger. At this moment, Lady Fanghua was full of the brilliant spring after being moisturized, happily refining the spiritual power absorbed from Yang Chen's body, whereas the arrogance of just squeezing Yang Chen. The 3 major sect did not have much resistance for their female disciples to be Yang Chen's concubines. This was also the result of balance. The pressure of the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect made Taishiman's 5-element sect and Qinkuan sect also have to consider it. For the 3 major sect, as long as their female disciples and Yang Chen have this kind of relationship, they could stay with Yang Chen all the time. Although Yang Chen has already revealed the secret of the 5th grade alchemist, and the heart demon oath, the authenticity of the authenticity will not be doubted. However, according to Yang Chen's method, even senior Dengya of the Pill Cauldron School, who had the highest hope, would need at least several hundred years to successfully advance. If the other sect started training new disciples, it would probably take a longer time. In such a long time, how would Yang Chen develop? This was a question that the big sect was concerned about. There was no doubt that Yang Chen would not stand still. In that case, in such a long period of time, Yang Chen was very likely to research and refine an even more enviable elixir. In this way, things would be completely different if Yang Qin had a disciple from his sect by his side. Although the three major sect didn't know what kind of price the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect paid to buy Yang Chen's elixir before, there was no doubt that the price was definitely less than that of the three major sect. Otherwise, the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect would not resist the female disciples of the three major sect from approaching Yang Qin. According to the news received by the three major sect, Sun Qingxue and Shi Shanshan seemed to have begun a long retreat. This also meant that for a long time, Yang Chen would only have Gao Yu and Gong Sunling by his side. Recently, it was also vaguely heard that Gong Sunling and Gao Yu were also in retreat. It seemed that Yang Qin had no wife by his side. During this time, it was a good time for their female disciples and Yang Qin to cultivate their feelings. The Qiankuan sect was still very satisfied with their own disciple, Fairy Qing, Mu Shi Wushuang. Under such circumstances, she made a decisive heart oath and was accepted by Gao Yu. Finally, she was able to successfully travel with Yang Qin and successfully find the immortal peach. This was the beginning. With Shi Wushuang's shrewdness, she would only become more and more intimate with Yang Qin in the future. When it came to asking for favor, whether it was Yang Chen's 4 wives or the women of the 5 Elements sect in Taishimen, they would never be the opponent of Shi Wushuang. The 5 Elements sect was also satisfied. The Murong 5 sisters have always been arrogant. It was not known how many cultivators admired them and wanted to marry them, but they were rejected by the 5 sisters. Although this time, under the instruction of the sect, they reluctantly married Yang Qin, the 5 women were not dissatisfied. Obviously, they were also very satisfied with Yang Qin. Their own disciples could have a promising son-in-law, and it was beneficial to the sect, so the sect was also very pleased. The Taishimen had never given up the idea of hegemony, and they had never given up the idea of Chunyang Palace. In the past, they planned to merge Chunyang Palace without bloodshed. Now this idea was even stronger. Unfortunately, Chunyang Palace was no longer the Chunyang Palace of the past. Fortunately, their elder Tao Junki volunteered to be Yang Chen's tripod furnace, which became the best way to repair their relationship with Yang Qin. Anyway, Chunyang Palace had no power in the spiritual world and the immortal world. There was still a long way to go. When Yang Qin ascended to heaven, he would naturally accept the kindness of the Taishimen. Because it was taking a concubine, Yang Qin did not do it wantonly, and the Chunyang Palace did not publicize it. Just in the presence of the suzerains of the 3 sects, the women simply bowed to heaven and earth with Yang Qin, and the women officially became Yang Chen's concubines. The suzerains of the 3 sects all brought congratulatory gifts. To the surprise of all the people in Chunyang Palace, the gifts of the 3 sects, in addition to some ordinary auspicious things, were dozens of human heads. The heads of every disobedient elder who participated in the attack on Chunyang Palace were personally taken by the 3 sects and sent to Chunyang Palace as a congratulatory gift to celebrate Yang Chen's taking a concubine. All the heads were the reputable elders of the 3 sects. It had to be said that this time the 3 sects did a good job. Moreover, the suzerains of the 3 sects did not conceal the last incident. As the suzerains, they personally apologized to the palace master of Chunyang Palace and offered incense to the ancestral hall of Chunyang Palace. The gesture was enough to give face to Chunyang Palace and Yang Qin. The other party gave so much face, Yang Qin and Chunyang Palace naturally could not neglect it. The palace master immediately said that there were a few unfilial disciples in every sect. The previous matter was written off, and there was no need to mention it again. "Greetings, my husband." In Yang Chen's courtyard, Yang Chen sat on a chair like a big master. Fairy Junki, Fairy Qingmu, and the Morong sisters, dressed in auspicious clothes, bowed to Yang Qin. Concubines and wives were different, and naturally had different etiquette. After experiencing a lot of things, the 7 girls finally became Yang Chen's concubines. For the 7 girls, it seemed that they had put down a big stone in their hearts, and everyone began to look forward to the next life. Looking at every beautiful concubine kneeling to him, Yang Chen's heart suddenly surged with an indescribable sense of pride. In his previous life, whether it was Fairy Junkie, Fairy Qingmu, or the Five Fairies of Morong, they were all famous heroines in the world after thousands of years. It could be said that they were the pillars of their respective sex. It was just that in this life, they had all become his concubines. His life was so unpredictable that it couldn't be any worse. Counting the cold plum fairy and the dancing snow fairy, the 9 fairies in the future had all become his own people. The only 2 whose fates changed were Gao Yu and Gong Sunling. Feeling this unparalleled sense of accomplishment, Yang Chen secretly vowed that everything in his previous life would never be allowed to happen again.